An Inquiry Concerning Human Understanding, David Hume. David Hume's two inquiries, concerning human understanding and concerning the principles of morals, recast the experimental science of man for a wider public. Custom and belief, necessary connection, liberty, miracles, and mitigated skepticism. Then utility, justice, and the moral sentiment, with appendices on self-love and verbal disputes. This summary reconstructs both works in Hume's polished inquiry register. Abstract. David Hume's two inquiries, concerning human understanding, EHU, and concerning the principles of morals, EPM, recast the experimental science of man in a clearer public register than the treatise. EHU moves from the species of philosophy through impressions and ideas, association, skeptical doubts about causal inference, custom and belief, necessary connection, liberty and necessity, animal reason, miracles, providence, and mitigated academical skepticism. EPM founds morals on sentiment rather than pure reason, explains benevolence and justice, especially justice as tied to public utility, political society, why utility pleases, and the catalog of useful and immediately agreeable qualities, concluding with appendices on moral sentiment, self-love, justice, and verbal disputes. This summary reconstructs both works in Hume's polished inquirer voice. Executive summary. The central thesis. All reasoning concerning matters of fact rests on the relation of cause and effect, which experience alone discovers. Custom, not insight into powers, is the great guide of life, and belief is a lively conception produced by that custom. Necessary connection is no impression in the objects, but an internal impression of determination. Liberty is compatible with necessity, so understood. Miracles, in particular providence, fail under the same experimental rules that govern ordinary testimony. Morals are founded in sentiment. Personal merit is what is useful or agreeable to ourselves or others. Justice is an artificial virtue secured by public utility. Sympathy and humanity explain why utility pleases. Mitigated skepticism limits inquiry to what experience can reach and commits dogmatic metaphysics to the flames. Foundational observations. Easy versus abstruse philosophy. The painter of virtue engages the affections. The anatomist of the mind seeks original principles. Hume defends accurate metaphysics as the only cure for superstition and as mental geography, mapping the powers of the understanding. Impressions, ideas, association. Perceptions divide by force and vivacity. Ideas copy impressions, with the own exception of the missing shade of blue. Resemblance, contiguity, and causation associate ideas and structure conversation and thought. Relations of ideas versus matters of fact. Demonstrative sciences concern relations of ideas. Matters of fact are never demonstrated a priori. Causal inference from past to future is not a chain of reasoning, but custom. The skeptical doubts and their skeptical solution. Belief and necessary connection. Belief is a more vivid, lively conception than fiction. The idea of necessary connection arises from the mind determination after constant conjunction. Cause admits two definitions, philosophical and natural. Liberty, necessity, animals. Necessity in human actions is constant conjunction and inference. Liberty is power of acting or not according to the will's determinations. Animals learn by custom, as we do, a touchstone for the theory. Miracles and providence. No testimony establishes a miracle sufficient to outweigh uniform experience. Contrary miracles destroy each other. Design arguments cannot prove particular providence or a future state beyond what the present mixed phenomena warrant. Mitigated skepticism. Antecedent Pyrrhonism is incurable in theory and harmless in practice. Consequent skepticism, limited, becomes academical caution. Whatever is not relations of ideas or matters of fact from experience is sophistry and illusion. Moral sentiment and utility. Morals are not derived from reason alone. Taste and sentiment distinguish virtue and vice. Personal merit comprises qualities useful or agreeable to self or others. Justice arises from public utility under scarcity. Sympathy explains why utility pleases beyond narrow self-love. Political society and appendices. Government secures justice in large societies. Allegiance is not founded solely on promise. Appendices settle moral sentiment versus reason, reject reduction of benevolence to self-love, refine justice, and dissolve verbal disputes about ability and voluntary virtue. Significance and recommendation. The standard polished statement of Hume's epistemology and ethics for students who will not read the whole treatise. Read EHU 4 to 7 and 12 for causation, custom, and the fork, X, 11 for religion, EPMI 3, V, and 9 plus appendices 1 to 2 for the moral theory. Pair with the treatise for the fuller anatomy of the passions and personal identity. Do not treat the inquiries as mere popularizations that drop the substance. For forensic depth, follow each section's numbered argument through to Hume's own limits. An inquiry concerning human understanding. EHU Section 1. Of the different species of philosophy. Hume opens the inquiry by dividing moral philosophy, the science of human nature, into two manners of treatment, each with its peculiar merit. The one species considers man chiefly as born for action, influenced by taste and sentiment, pursuing and avoiding objects according to the value they seem to possess. These philosophers paint virtue in amiable colors, borrow helps from poetry and eloquence, select striking observations from common life, place opposite characters in contrast, and allure us into the paths of virtue by views of glory and happiness. They make us feel the difference between vice and virtue, excite and regulate our sentiments, and think that if they can bend our hearts to the love of probity and true honor, they have fully attained the end of all their labors. The other species considers man in the light of a reasonable rather than an active being, and endeavors to form his understanding more than cultivate his manners. They regard human nature as a subject of speculation. With narrow scrutiny, they examine it to find those principles which regulate our understanding, excite our sentiments, and make us approve or blame any particular object, action, or behavior. They think it a reproach to philosophy that the foundation of morals, reasoning, and criticism should not yet be fixed beyond controversy. Proceeding from particular instances to general principles, they push their inquiries to principles more general, and rest not satisfied till they arrive at those original principles by which all human curiosity must be bounded. Though their speculations seem abstract and even unintelligible to common readers, they aim at the approbation of the learned and the wise. Easy philosophy and its advantages. It is certain that the easy and obvious philosophy will always, with the generality of mankind, have the preference above the accurate and abstruse, and by many will be recommended not only as more agreeable, but more useful. It enters more into common life, molds the heart and affections, and by touching those principles which actuate men reforms their conduct. On the contrary, abstruse philosophy, being founded on a turn of mind which cannot enter into business and action, vanishes when the philosopher leaves the shade and comes into open day. The feelings of our heart, the agitation of our passions, dissipate all its conclusions and reduce the profound philosopher to a mere plebeian. This also must be confessed. The most durable and justest fame has been acquired by the easy philosophy. Abstract reasoners seem hitherto to have enjoyed only a momentary reputation. One mistake is the necessary parent of another in subtle reasonings, while the easy philosopher, if he falls into error, renews his appeal to common sense and secures himself from dangerous illusions. The fame of Cicero flourishes, that of Aristotle is decayed. La Bruyere passes the seas. The glory of Malebranche is confined to his own nation and age. Addison, perhaps, will be read with pleasure when Locke shall be entirely forgotten. Easy philosophy treats man as active and sentimental, engaging the affections through eloquence, example, and the colors of virtue rather than through abstract system. Yet the most perfect character is supposed to lie between extremes, retaining ability and taste for books, company, and business, preserving in conversation the discernment of polite letters, and in business the probity that flows from just philosophy. Man is reasonable, sociable, and active. Nature points to a mixed kind of life and admonishes that none of these biases should draw too much. Indulge your passion for science, says she, but let your science be human, and such as may have a direct reference to action and society. Quote, be a philosopher, but, amidst all your philosophy, be still a man. The case for abstruse philosophy. Were the generality of mankind contented to prefer the easy philosophy, without throwing blame or contempt on the abstract and profound, it might not be improper to comply with this general opinion. But as the matter is often carried farther, even to the absolute rejecting of all profound reasonings, or what is commonly called metaphysics, Hume proceeds to consider what can reasonably be pleaded in their behalf. One considerable advantage of accurate and abstract philosophy is its subserviency to the easy and humane, which, without the former, can never attain a sufficient degree of exactness in its sentiments, precepts, or reasonings. All polite letters are pictures of human life in various attitudes. An artist must possess accurate knowledge of the internal fabric, the operations of the understanding, the workings of the passions, the species of sentiment that discriminate vice and virtue. The anatomist presents hideous objects, yet his science is useful to the painter in delineating even a Venus or an Helen. Accuracy is in every case advantageous to beauty, and just reasoning to delicate sentiment. Anatomy of the mind, the inward search into mental operations, painful yet requisite for those who would describe with success the outward appearances of life and manners. Besides, in every art or profession, a spirit of accuracy carries them nearer perfection and renders them more subservient to society. Though a philosopher may live remote from business, the genius of philosophy, if carefully cultivated by several, must gradually diffuse itself throughout the whole society. The stability of modern governments above the ancient, and the accuracy of modern philosophy have improved and probably will still improve by similar gradations. Even were there no advantage beyond the gratification of innocent curiosity, such researches ought not to be despised as one accession to the few safe pleasures bestowed on mankind: metaphysics, superstition, and mental geography. But this obscurity in profound philosophy is objected to as the inevitable source of uncertainty and error. Here lies the justest objection against a considerable part of metaphysics. They are not properly a science, but arise either from the fruitless efforts of human vanity or from the craft of popular superstitions, which raise entangling brambles to cover their weakness. Chased from the open country, these robbers fly into the forest and lie in wait to break in upon every unguarded avenue of the mind. Is this sufficient reason why philosophers should desist? On the contrary, we must carry the war into the most secret recesses of the enemy. The only method of freeing learning from these abstruse questions is to inquire seriously into the nature of human understanding, and show from exact analysis of its powers that it is by no means fitted for such remote subjects. We must cultivate true metaphysics with some care, in order to destroy the false and adulterate. True metaphysics, an accurate scrutiny into the powers and faculties of human nature, the Catholic remedy able to subvert abstruse philosophy and metaphysical jargon mixed with popular superstition. It is remarkable concerning the operations of the mind that, though most intimately present to us, whenever they become the object of reflection, they seem involved in obscurity. It becomes no inconsiderable part of science barely to know the different operations of the mind, to separate them, to class them under proper heads, and to correct the seeming disorder in which they lie involved. This task of ordering and distinguishing rises in value when directed toward mental operations, in proportion to the difficulty and labor of performing it. And if we can go no farther than this mental geography, the delineation of the distinct parts and powers of the mind, it is at least a satisfaction to go so far. Nor can there remain suspicion that this science is uncertain, unless we entertain a skepticism subversive of all speculation. The will and understanding, imagination and passions fall within the comprehension of every human creature. May we not hope that philosophy, if cultivated with care, may discover at least in some degree the secret springs by which the human mind is actuated? Astronomers long contented themselves with proving from phenomena the motions and order of heavenly bodies, till a philosopher determined the laws and forces by which the revolutions are governed. The like has been performed with regard to other parts of nature, and there is no reason to despair of equal success in inquiries concerning mental powers, if prosecuted with equal capacity and caution. What though these reasonings seem abstract? It seems impossible that what has escaped so many wise philosophers can be very obvious and easy. In the following inquiry, Hume attempts to throw light upon subject from which uncertainty has deterred the wise and obscurity the ignorant, to reconcile profound inquiry with clearness and truth with novelty, and in this easy manner to undermine the foundations of an abstruse philosophy which has served only as a shelter to superstition and a cover to absurdity and error. Quote, "The anatomist presents to the eye the most hideous and disagreeable objects, but his science is useful to the painter in delineating even a Venus or an Helen, while the latter employs all the richest colors of his art, and gives his figures the most graceful and engaging airs. He must still carry his attention to the inward structure of the human body, the position of the muscles, the fabric of the bones, and the use and figure of every part or organ." Quote, "We must cultivate true metaphysics with some care, in order to destroy the false and adulterate. Accurate and just reasoning is the only Catholic remedy, fitted for all persons and all dispositions, and is alone able to subvert that abstruse philosophy and metaphysical jargon, which, being mixed up with popular superstition, renders it in a manner impenetrable to careless reasoners, and gives it the air of science and wisdom." EHU Section 2 of The Origin of Ideas. Everyone will readily allow that there is a considerable difference between the perceptions of the mind when a man feels the pain of excessive heat or the pleasure of moderate warmth, and when he afterwards recalls this sensation to memory or anticipates it by imagination. These faculties may mimic or copy the perceptions of the senses, but they never can entirely reach the force and vivacity of the original sentiment. The utmost we say of them, even when they operate with greatest vigor, is that they represent their object in so lively a manner that we could almost say we feel or see it, but except in sleep, fever, madness, or the highest pitch of poetry, they never can arrive at such vivacity as to render these perceptions altogether undistinguishable. The most lively thought is still inferior to the dullest sensation. We may observe a like distinction through all other perceptions. A man in a fit of anger is actuated in a very different manner from one who only thinks of that emotion. When we reflect on past sentiments and affections, our thought is a faithful mirror and copies its objects truly, but the colors it employs are faint and dull in comparison of those in which our original perceptions were clothed. It requires no nice discernment or metaphysical head to mark the distinction between them. Impressions, ideas, and the copy principle. Here, therefore, we may divide all perceptions of the mind into two classes distinguished by different degrees of force and vivacity. The less forcible and lively are commonly denominated thoughts or ideas. The other species want a name in our language. Hume proposes to call them impressions, employing the word in a sense somewhat different from the usual. By impression, he means all our more lively perceptions when we hear, or see, or feel, or love, or hate, or desire, or will. Impressions are distinguished from ideas, which are the less lively perceptions of which we are conscious when we reflect on any of those sensations or movements. Nothing at first view may seem more unbounded than the thought of man, which escapes all human power and can transport us beyond the universe. Yet upon nearer examination, thought is really confined within very narrow limits. All this creative power amounts to no more than the faculty of compounding, transposing, augmenting, or diminishing the materials afforded by the senses and experience. When we think of a golden mountain, we only join two consistent ideas with which we were formerly acquainted. In short, all the materials of thinking are derived either from outward or inward sentiment. The mixture and composition belongs alone to the mind and will. All our ideas, or more feeble perceptions, are copies of our impressions, or more lively ones. Copy principle. Every idea, however compounded or sublime, resolves in as simple ideas copied from a precedent feeling or sentiment. Impressions always take precedence of their correspondent ideas. To prove this, two arguments suffice. First, when we analyze our thoughts or ideas, we always find they resolve in as simple ideas copied from a precedent feeling. Even the idea of God, as an infinitely intelligent and good being, arises from reflecting on the operations of our own mind and augmenting, without limit, those qualities of goodness and wisdom. Those who would assert the position is not universally true have only one easy method of refuting it: produce the idea which, in their opinion, is not derived from this source. Secondly, if from a defect of the organ a man is not susceptible of any species of sensation, he is as little susceptible of the correspondent ideas. A blind man can form no notion of colors, restore that sense, and you open an inlet for the ideas. The case is the same where the object proper for exciting sensation has never been applied to the organ. The missing shade and the impression test. There is, however, one contradictory phenomenon. If distinct shades of the same color each produce a distinct idea, then suppose a person who has enjoyed his sight for 30 years and is perfectly acquainted with colors of all kinds except one particular shade of blue which he has never met with. Let all different shades of that color, except that single one, be placed before him, descending from the deepest to the lightest. He will perceive a blank where that shade is wanting. Hume asks whether it be possible for him, from his own imagination, to supply this deficiency and raise up the idea of that particular shade. Few will deny that he can, which may serve as a proof that simple ideas are not always derived from correspondent impressions, though the instance is so singular that it scarcely merits altering the general maxim. Missing shade of blue, a singular exception to the copy principle, acknowledged yet too particular to overturn the general rule that ideas depend on impressions. Here, therefore, is a proposition which, if properly used, might render every dispute equally intelligible and banish the jargon that has drawn disgrace upon metaphysical reasonings. All ideas, especially abstract ones, are naturally faint and obscure. Impressions are strong and vivid, their limits more exactly determined. When we entertain suspicion that a philosophical term is employed without meaning, we need but inquire, from what impression is that supposed idea derived? If it be impossible to assign any, this confirms our suspicion. By bringing ideas into so clear a light, we may reasonably hope to remove all dispute concerning their nature and reality. Quote, all the perceptions of the mind, when a man feels the pain of excessive heat or the pleasure of moderate warmth, and when he afterwards recalls to his memory this sensation or anticipates it by his imagination. These faculties may mimic or copy the perceptions of the senses, but they never can entirely reach the force and vivacity of the original sentiment. The most lively thought is still inferior to the dullest sensation. Quote, all our ideas or more feeble perceptions are copies of our impressions or more lively ones. Quote, when we entertain, therefore, any suspicion that a philosophical term is employed without any meaning or idea, as is but too frequent, we need but inquire, from what impression is that supposed idea derived? And if it be impossible to assign any, this will serve to confirm our suspicion. EHU Section 3 of the Association of Ideas. It is evident that there is a principle of connection between the different thoughts or ideas of the mind, and that, in their appearance to the memory or imagination, they introduce each other with a certain degree of method and regularity. In our more serious thinking or discourse, this is so observable that any particular thought, which breaks in upon the regular tract or chain of ideas, is immediately remarked and rejected. Even in our wildest reveries, nay, in our very dreams, we shall find, if we reflect, that the imagination ran not altogether at adventures, but that there was still a connection upheld among the different ideas which succeeded each other. Were the loosest conversation to be transcribed, something would immediately be observed which connected it in all its transitions. Or where this is wanting, the person who broke the thread might still inform you that a succession of thought had secretly revolved in his mind and gradually led him from the subject of conversation. Among different languages, even where we cannot suspect connection or communication, the words expressive of the most compounded ideas nearly correspond, a proof that the simple ideas comprehended in the compound ones were bound together by some universal principle which had an equal influence on all mankind. Though it be too obvious to escape observation that different ideas are connected together, Hume does not find that any philosopher has attempted to enumerate or class all the principles of association. To him there appear to be only three principles of connection among ideas: resemblance, contiguity in time or place, and cause or effect. A picture naturally leads our thoughts to the original. The mention of one apartment in a building naturally introduces an inquiry concerning the others. And if we think of a wound, we can scarcely forbear reflecting on the pain which follows it. That this enumeration is complete may be difficult to prove to the satisfaction of the reader. All we can do is run over several instances, examine carefully the principle which binds different thoughts, and never stop till we render the principle as general as possible. Association of ideas, the universal principle by which thoughts succeed one another with method and regularity, even in dreams, reveries, and the loosest conversation. Quote, "To me, there appear to be only three principles of connection among ideas, namely, resemblance, contiguity in time or place, and cause or effect." Quote, "A picture naturally leads our thoughts to the original. The mention of one apartment in a building naturally introduces an inquiry or discourse concerning the others. And if we think of a wound, we can scarcely forbear reflecting on the pain which follows it." EHU Section 4. Skeptical doubts concerning the operations of the understanding. Hume opens Section 4 by sorting the whole field of human reason into two kinds of object, and the distinction will govern everything that follows. Relations of ideas comprise geometry, algebra, arithmetic, and every proposition that is intuitively or demonstratively certain. That the square of the hypotenuse equals the squares of the sides expresses a relation between figures, discoverable by thought alone without dependence on what exists anywhere in the universe. Though there never were a circle or triangle in nature, Euclid's truths would retain their evidence. Matters of fact are ascertained otherwise. The contrary of every matter of fact remains possible, implies no contradiction, and is conceived with the same facility, whether conformable to reality or not. That the sun will not rise tomorrow is no less intelligible than that it will. We cannot demonstrate the falsehood of such propositions. Were they demonstratively false, they would imply contradiction and could not be distinctly conceived. This part of philosophy, Hume observes, has been little cultivated. Yet the inquiry is worth the labor, for it may destroy that implicit faith which is the bane of free reasoning. All reasonings concerning matter of fact seem founded on cause and effect. By that relation alone, we go beyond memory and senses. Ask why a man believes his absent friend is in France, and he will cite a letter or former promise. Find a watch on a desert island, and you infer past inhabitants. Animate voice in darkness assures you of a person, because such effects belong to human make. Anatomize these cases, and you find cause and effect, near or remote, direct or collateral. Experience, not reason a priori. To know what evidence assures us of matters of fact, we must ask how we know cause and effect. Hume ventures a general proposition admitting no exception. This knowledge is never attained by reasonings a priori, but arises entirely from experience when we find objects constantly conjoined. Present the most perfect reasoner with an object entirely new, and the most accurate scrutiny of its sensible qualities will not discover its causes or effects. Adam, though his faculties were perfect from the first, could not have inferred from water's fluidity that it would suffocate him, or from fire's warmth that it would consume him. No object discovers by its sensible qualities either what produced it or what will follow. Reason unassisted by experience draws no inference concerning real existence. The point is readily granted for gunpowder, lodestones, and the adhesion of polished marble, events bearing little analogy to the common course of nature. Who will assert he can give the ultimate reason why bread nourishes man, but not a lion? Yet custom disguises the same truth where nature seems simplest. We fancy that, brought suddenly into this world, we could have inferred one billiard ball would communicate motion to another upon impulse, without waiting for the event. Such is custom's influence, where strongest, it not only covers ignorance, but conceals itself. The billiard ball argument. To show that all laws of nature are known only by experience, Hume asks us to pronounce on an object's effect without consulting past observation. The mind must invent some event and ascribe it arbitrarily, for the effect is totally different from the cause and can never be discovered in it. Motion in the second billiard ball is quite distinct from motion in the first. Nothing in the one suggests the other. A stone left unsupported falls, yet considered a priori, what begets downward rather than upward motion? When I see one ball moving toward another, even if motion in the second were suggested, may I not conceive 100 different events? May both balls rest? May the first return or leap off in any direction? All are consistent and conceivable. Why prefer one? Reason a priori shows no foundation for the preference. Every effect is a distinct event from its cause. Its first conception a priori must be arbitrary, and the conjunction with the cause equally so, since many other effects seem as natural. We cannot determine any single event or infer any cause or effect without observation and experience. No modest philosopher has assigned the ultimate cause of any natural operation. Human reason reduces particular effects to a few general causes by analogy and experience, but the causes of those general causes lie shut from inquiry. Elasticity, gravity, cohesion, impulse by contact. These are probably the utmost we shall discover. The best natural philosophy only staves off ignorance a little longer. The best moral or metaphysical philosophy discovers larger portions of it. Geometry cannot remedy the defect. Mixed mathematics supposes laws established by experience, as that the force of motion is in the compound ratio of solid contents and velocity, and employs abstract reasoning only to apply those laws. The law itself is owed to experience alone. Reason a priori, considering any cause as it appears to the mind independent of observation, could not suggest its effect, much less show an inseparable connection between them. The problem of induction. Part 2 turns to a harder question. Reasonings from experience are founded on cause and effect. That relation rests on experience. But what is the foundation of conclusions from experience? Hume gives a negative answer. Even after we have experience of cause and effect, our conclusions are not founded on reasoning or any process of the understanding. Nature keeps us at a distance from her secrets. Senses inform us of bread's color and consistence, but not of the qualities that fit it to nourish. We see motion, but cannot conceive the force that would carry a body forever. Yet we presume like sensible qualities imply, like secret powers, and expect similar effects. Past experience gives direct information only of those precise objects and that precise period which fell under it. Why extend it to future times and other objects that may be only in appearance similar? The bread I ate nourished me. Does it follow that other bread must nourish me later? The consequence is not necessary. There is a step taken, an inference to be explained. Such an object has always been attended with such an effect, is not the same as similar objects will be attended with similar effects. If the inference is made by a chain of reasoning, produce that reasoning. The connection is not intuitive. A medium is required, and Hume confesses it passes his comprehension. All reasonings divide into demonstrative, relations of ideas, and moral matters of fact. No demonstrative argument secures the future's resemblance to the past, since it implies no contradiction that nature may change. If probable arguments are urged, they must be circular. All arguments concerning existence are founded on cause and effect. Knowledge of that relation comes from experience, and experimental conclusions suppose the future will be conformable to the past. To prove that supposition by probable arguments is to take for granted the very point in question. From similar causes we expect similar effects. The sum of experimental conclusions. If reason formed this conclusion, it would be as perfect after one instance as after 1,000. Nothing is so like as eggs, yet no one expects the same relish in all. Only after long uniform experiments do we attain firm reliance. Where is the reasoning that draws so different a conclusion from one instance and from 100 that are in no respect different? Relations of ideas, propositions discoverable by thought alone, demonstratively certain, whose denial implies contradiction. Matters of fact, propositions whose contraries remain conceivable without contradiction, known only through experience and the relation of cause and effect. Quote, all the objects of human reason or inquiry may naturally be divided into two kinds, to wit, relations of ideas and matters of fact. Of the first kind are the sciences of geometry, algebra, and arithmetic, and in short, every affirmation which is either intuitively or demonstratively certain. Quote, motion in the second billiard ball is a quite distinct event from motion in the first, nor is there anything in the one to suggest the smallest hint of the other. May I not conceive that 100 different events might as well follow from that cause? May not both these balls remain at absolute rest? May not the first ball return in a straight line, or leap off from the second in any line or direction? All these suppositions are consistent and conceivable. Why then should we give the preference to one, which is no more consistent or conceivable than the rest? Quote, I have found that such an object has always been attended with such an effect, and I foresee that other objects, which are in appearance similar, will be attended with similar effects. I shall allow, if you please, that the one proposition may justly be inferred from the other. I know, in fact, that it always is inferred. But if you insist that the inference is made by a chain of reasoning, I desire you to produce that reasoning. EHU Section 5, Skeptical Solution of These Doubts. Section 5 answers the doubts of Section 4 not by supplying the missing demonstration, but by locating the principle that in fact governs the mind. Hume begins with a caution about philosophy's dangers. Like religion pursued imprudently, it may foster the inclination it aims to correct, stoic firmness degenerating into refined selfishness, meditations on vanity becoming excuses for indolence. Academic or skeptical philosophy is less liable to this inconvenience, since it confines inquiry within common life, counsels suspense, and mortifies every passion except the love of truth. Yet this very innocence exposes it to reproach. Flattering no irregular passion, it gains few partisans while raising many enemies. Nor need we fear that limiting inquiry to common life will undermine the reasonings of common life. Nature will always maintain her rights and prevail over abstract reasoning. Though we conclude that in all reasonings from experience, there is a step unsupported by argument, knowledge depending on such reasonings will not be affected. If the mind is not engaged by argument to make this step, it must be induced by some other principle of equal weight, a principle that will preserve its influence as long as human nature remains the same. Custom and the guide of life. Suppose a person of the strongest reason brought suddenly into the world. He would observe a continual succession of objects, but could not, by reasoning, reach the idea of cause and effect. The powers by which natural operations are performed never appear to the senses, and one event preceding another does not prove causation. After long observation of constant conjunction, he immediately infers one object from another, yet has acquired no idea of the secret power producing the inference, nor is he engaged by reasoning to draw it. Still he finds himself determined to do so, some other principle decides the conclusion. That principle is custom or habit, where repetition of any act produces a propensity to renew it without impulsion from the understanding. We call the effect of custom. The word pretends no ultimate explanation. It points to a principle of human nature known by its effects. After constant conjunction of heat and flame, weight and solidity, custom alone determines us to expect the one from the appearance of the other. This hypothesis alone explains why we draw from 1,000 instances an inference we could not draw from one instance, in no respect different. Reason admits no such variation. One circle surveyed gives the same conclusions as all circles in the universe. No man, having seen only one body impel another, could infer that every other body will move after a like impulse. All inferences from experience are effects of custom, not of reasoning. Custom is the great guide of human life. Without it, we should be ignorant of every matter of fact beyond what is immediately present to memory and senses. We could not adjust means to ends or employ our natural powers. There would be an end at once of all action and of the chief part of speculation. Yet some fact must always be present to senses or memory from which we proceed. Ruins in a desert country, historical testimony traced to eyewitnesses. Without such a foundation, the whole chain of inferences would have nothing to support it. Belief and natural instinct. The conclusion, though remote from common theories, is simple. All belief of matter of fact or real existence is derived from some object present to memory or senses, together with a customary conjunction between that object and another. Having found flame and heat, snow and cold, always conjoined, if flame or snow be presented anew, custom carries the mind to expect heat or cold and to believe the quality exists. This belief is the necessary result of placing the mind in such circumstances, an operation of the soul as unavoidable as feeling love upon receiving benefits or hatred upon meeting injuries. These operations are species of natural instincts which no reasoning can produce or prevent. Hume might stop here. In most questions we can make no single step farther. Yet curiosity may pardonably carry us on to examine belief itself. Part 2 asks wherein consists the difference between fiction and belief. The imagination is free. It can feign events with all the appearance of reality. Yet we cannot at pleasure believe what we please. The difference lies not in a peculiar idea annexed to belief. The mind could voluntarily annex that to any fiction, but in some sentiment or feeling excited by nature, depending on the situation in which the mind is placed. Whenever an object is presented to memory or senses, custom carries the imagination to the usually conjoined object, and this conception is attended with a feeling different from the loose reveries of fancy. In this consists the whole nature of belief. I may conceive a billiard ball stopping upon contact without contradiction, yet that conception feels very differently from the one by which I represent impulse and communication of motion. Belief is nothing but a more vivid, lively, forcible, firm, steady conception of an object than imagination alone attains, a manner of conception rendering realities more present, weighing more in thought, and exerting superior influence on passions and imagination. Hear a familiar voice from the next room, and the thought of the person takes faster hold than ideas of an enchanted castle. The feeling differs, and the influence on pleasure, pain, joy, and sorrow is greater. Nature has established connections among ideas through resemblance, contiguity, and causation. In each case, when one object is presented, does the mind reach a steadier and stronger conception of the correlative? A picture of an absent friend enlivens the idea when resemblance and a present impression concur. Catholic ceremonies, relics of saints, proximity to home, the son of a dead friend, all illustrate how present impressions fortify related ideas. Causation shares this influence. Throw dry wood on a fire, and the thought of augmenting flame arises immediately with a force no loose reverie possesses. Custom establishes a pre-established harmony between the course of nature and the succession of our ideas. Since this operation is essential to human subsistence, it is not probable that nature trusted it to the fallacious deductions of reason, slow, absent in infancy, and liable to error in every age. It is more conformable to ordinary wisdom to secure so necessary an act by instinct or mechanical tendency, infallible in operation, appearing with the first dawn of thought, and independent of the labored deductions of the understanding. As nature taught us the use of our limbs without knowledge of muscles and nerves, so she implanted an instinct carrying thought forward in correspondence with external objects, though ignorant of the powers on which that regular succession depends. Custom, the principle by which repetition of conjoined objects produces expectation of the one from the appearance of the other, not demonstrated, but the ultimate assignable foundation of experimental inference. Belief, a sentiment annexed to customary conjunction, a more vivid and steady conception than fiction, felt rather than inferred, governing action as natural instinct governs the body. Quote, custom, then, is the great guide of human life. It is that principle alone which renders our experience useful to us and makes us expect, for the future, a similar train of events with those which have appeared in the past. Quote, all belief of matter of fact or real existence is derived merely from some object, present to the memory or senses, and a customary conjunction between that and some other object. This belief is the necessary result of placing the mind in such circumstances. It is an operation of the soul, when we are so situated as unavoidable as to feel the passion of love, when we receive benefits, or hatred, when we meet with injuries. All these operations are a species of natural instincts, which no reasoning or process of the thought and understanding is able either to produce or to prevent. Quote, belief is nothing but a more vivid, lively, forcible, firm, steady conception of an object than what the imagination alone is ever able to attain. This variety of terms, which may seem so unphilosophical, is intended only to express that act of the mind, which renders realities, or what is taken for such, more present to us than fictions, causes them to weigh more in the thought, and gives them a superior influence on the passions and imagination. Yechu Section 6 of Probability. Though there is no such thing as chance in the world, Hume observes, our ignorance of the real cause of any event has the same influence on the understanding and begets a like species of belief or opinion. When several views of an event concur in the mind more frequently than views of its contrary, custom imprints the idea more strongly and begets that reliance constituting belief. There is a probability arising from superiority of chances on any side. As that superiority increases, probability receives a proportionable increase and begets a higher degree of assent. A die marked with one figure on 4 sides and another on 2 remaining sides makes the former more probable. Mark 1,000 sides alike and only one different, and belief becomes steadier still. The mind, looking forward to the throw, considers each particular side as alike probable, the very nature of chance, rendering all particular events equal. But finding more sides concur in one event than another, it is carried more frequently to that event in revolving the possibilities. This concurrence of several views begets immediately, by an inexplicable contrivance of nature, the sentiment of belief. The case is the same with the probability of causes. Fire has always burned and water suffocated every human creature. Motion by impulse and gravity has hitherto admitted no exception. We expect such events with the greatest assurance. But rhubarb has not always proved a purge, nor opium a soporific to every one who has taken them. When causes fail of their usual effect, philosophers ascribe the failure to secret structure. Yet our reasonings proceed as if that principle had no place. Being determined by custom to transfer the past to the future, where the past has been entirely regular, we expect the event with full confidence. Where different effects have followed from apparently similar causes, all those effects must occur to the mind, and we assign each a weight in proportion to its frequency. It is more probable there will be frost sometime in January than open weather throughout the month, a probability varying by climate and approaching certainty in northern kingdoms. Probability of chance, belief proportion to the number of concurring mental views when equal possibilities are weighed. Probability of causes, belief weakened or divided when experience has not been uniformly regular, yet custom still transfers past frequencies into future expectation. Quote, though there be no such thing as chance in the world, our ignorance of the real cause of any event has the same influence on the understanding and begets a like species of belief or opinion. Quote, the case is the same with the probability of causes as with that of chance. There are some causes which are entirely uniform and constant in producing a particular effect, and no instance has ever yet been found of any failure or irregularity in their operation. Fire has always burned, and water suffocated every human creature. The production of motion by impulse and gravity is an universal law, which has hitherto admitted of no exception. EHU Section 7 of the idea of necessary connection, power, obscurity, and the experimental microscope. Among the ideas that most embarrass metaphysics, none are more obscure than power, force, energy, and necessary connection, terms we employ every moment in reasoning about nature and action. Hume proposes to fix their meaning by the copy principle already defended. Every idea is copied from an impression, and when definitions fail, we must produce the original sentiment. Moral philosophy labors under a peculiar disadvantage. Its ideas are fine, apt to escape reflection, and cannot be steadied before the senses as a circle or an ellipse can. Yet the inferences are shorter, and nature soon throws a bar to inquire concerning causes. The chief obstacle is not length of argument but ambiguity of terms. If we can trace power to its impression, we may acquire, in the moral sciences, a kind of microscope by which the most minute ideas are enlarged to the scale of the grossest objects of inquiry. The search embodies minds and volition. To discover the impression of necessary connection, Hume examines every source from which it might be derived. In external objects we never perceive, in any single instance, a power-binding effect to cause. The impulse of one billiard ball is attended with motion in the second. That is the whole that appears to the outward senses. The mind feels no inward sentiment from this succession. Consequently, no single case of cause and effect suggests the idea of power. Had power been discoverable in objects, we could foresee effects without experience and pronounce with certainty by thought alone, which we plainly cannot. Solidity, extension, and motion are complete in themselves and point to no further event. Heat is a constant attendant of flame, but what connection hold between them we have no room even to conjecture. Since bodies afford no idea of power, Hume turns to reflection on the operations of our own minds. We seem conscious of internal power whenever the will moves the limbs or raises a new idea. Yet this influence, like every natural event, is known only by experience and can never be foreseen from any apparent energy in the cause. A man born paralyzed learns by experience that his will does not move his limbs. The command of the will over the body is therefore not more intelligible in itself than the operation of external causes. Anatomy deepens the difficulty. Volition sets in motion animal spirits through channels wholly beyond our comprehension. If we felt the original power, we should know its effect, yet we have no such consciousness. Only that motion follows command as other events follow their antecedents. The authority of the will over its own ideas is equally limited, variable with health, fasting, and time of day, and discoverable only by observation, not by insight into the nature of soul and idea. Volition itself, surveyed on all sides, exhibits nothing like creative power, raising something from nothing. Occasionalism and the negative conclusion. When ordinary causes fail to account for unusual phenomena, the vulgar appeal to invisible intelligence. Philosophers, pressing the same logic further, sometimes make the deity the immediate cause of every event. Moving the second billiard ball by particular volition, exciting sensations upon the agitation of organs, and even revealing ideas when we fancy we turn the mind to them. Hume replies that this theory carries us in a fairyland beyond the reach of our faculties, and that ignorance of how bodies operate affords no reason to prefer volition as more intelligible. We comprehend as little the operations of a supreme mind as of gross matter. Having sought in vain through bodies, minds, and divine volitions, Hume concludes that throughout all nature there appears no instance of connection conceivable by us. Events seem conjoined, never connected, and as we can have no idea of what never appeared to sense or inward sentiment, we have no idea of connection or power at all. The words, in strict philosophy, are without meaning. Custom, the internal impression, and two definitions of cause. One source remains. After one experiment, we are not entitled to judge the whole course of nature. But when one species of event has always been conjoined with another, we foretell the one upon the appearance of the other and call them cause and effect, supposing power and necessity in the first. The idea of necessary connection arises from many similar instances of constant conjunction, not from any single instance surveyed in every light. What differs between one instance and many? Only that after repetition the mind is carried by habit to expect the usual attendant and to believe it will exist. This customary transition of the imagination, felt as determination in thought, is the sentiment from which we form the idea of power. The first time a man saw one billiard ball communicate motion to another, he could say only that the events were conjoined. After uniform experience, he pronounces them connected, and the alteration is nothing but a connection acquired in thought, enabling inference from one object to the other. The consequence is striking. Causation is the relation we most need to understand, yet we cannot define cause except by what is foreign to it. Suitably to experience, we may define a cause as an object followed by another, where all objects similar to the first are followed by objects similar to the second, or in other words, where if the first had not been, the second never had existed. We may also define it as an object followed by another whose appearance always conveys the thought to that other by customary transition. Both definitions are drawn from constant conjunction and inference, not from any perceived tie in the cause itself. We have no idea of that tie, nor even a distinct notion of what we wish to know when we seek a conception of it. Every idea is copied from an impression. In single instances of bodily or mental operation, nothing produces an impression of power. But when uniform instances appear, we feel a new customary connection in thought, and that sentiment is the original of the idea we seek. Necessary connection, not a quality perceived in objects, but an internal impression of customary transition in imagination after repeated instances of constant conjunction. The sole difference between merely conjoined events and those we call connected. Two definitions of cause. 1. Constant conjunction of resembling objects, such that the absence of the first would have implied the absence of the second. 2. An object whose appearance conveys the mind, by habit, to the idea of its usual attendant. Quote, we only find that the one does actually in fact follow the other. The impulse of one billiard ball is attended with motion in the second. This is the whole that appears to the outward senses. The mind feels no sentiment or inward impression from this succession of objects. Consequently, there is not, in any single, particular instance of cause and effect, anything which can suggest the idea of power or necessary connection. Quote, this connection, therefore, which we feel in the mind, this customary transition of the imagination from one object to its usual attendant, is the sentiment or impression from which we form the idea of power or necessary connection. Nothing farther is in the case. Contemplate the subject on all sides. You will never find any other origin of that idea. Quote, we may define a cause to be an object followed by another, and where all the objects similar to the first are followed by objects similar to the second. Or in other words, where if the first object had not been, the second never had existed. The appearance of a cause always conveys the mind, by a customary transition, to the idea of the effect. Of this also we have experience. We may, therefore, suitably to this experience, form another definition of cause and call it an object followed by another, and whose appearance always conveys the thought to that other. But though both these definitions be drawn from circumstances foreign to the cause, we cannot remedy this inconvenience, or attain any more perfect definition, which may point out that circumstance in the cause, which gives it a connection with its effect. EHU Section 8 of Liberty and Necessity. The verbal dispute and necessity in matter. Long controversies, Hume observes, usually turn on ambiguous expressions. If men affix the same ideas to their terms, they could not dispute for ages about subjects within the reach of common life. The question of liberty and necessity appears to be of this sort. A few intelligible definitions, he ventures, would show that all mankind, learned and ignorant alike, have always agreed in both doctrines according to any reasonable sense of the words. The whole dispute has hitherto been merely verbal. He begins with necessity. Matter, in all its operations, is allowed to be actuated by a necessary force. Every natural effect is so precisely determined by the energy of its cause that no other effect, in such circumstances, could have resulted. To form a just idea of necessity in body, we must ask whence that idea arises. If nature presented no resemblance among events, if every object were entirely new, we should never attain the least idea of necessity or connection. One event might follow another, but we could not say one was produced by the other. Our idea of causation arises entirely from the uniformity observable in nature, where similar objects are constantly conjoined and the mind is determined by custom to infer one from the appearance of the other. Constant conjunction and consequent inference form the whole of that necessity we ascribe to matter. Beyond them, we have no notion of any necessity or connection. If these two circumstances take place in the voluntary actions of men and in the operations of mind, it follows that all mankind have ever agreed in the doctrine of necessity, however they may have disputed in words. Uniformity of human nature and moral evidence. The first circumstance, constant conjunction of similar events, is abundantly satisfied in human life. There is great uniformity among the actions of men in all nations and ages. Human nature remains the same in its principles and operations. The same motives produce the same actions. Ambition, avarice, self-love, vanity, friendship, and public spirit, distributed through society, have been from the beginning of the world the source of all observed enterprises. Would you know the Greeks and Romans? Study the temper of the French and English. You cannot be much mistaken in transferring most of your observations. History is a collection of experiments by which the moral philosopher fixes the principles of his science, as the physician learns nature from plants and minerals. We should detect a traveler's falsehood who described men wholly without avarice or ambition as readily as if he had stuffed his narration with centaurs and miracles. And we explode forgeries in history when actions ascribed to persons are directly contrary to the course of human motives. This uniformity is not absolute. Men in the same circumstances do not always act precisely alike, any more than in any part of nature. But variety itself presupposes regularity. We learn from different characters, ages, sexes, and customs precisely because each yields general maxims. Irregular actions resemble irregular events in nature. The vulgar attribute uncertainty to the causes. Philosophers, observing hidden springs, conclude that contrariety of effects betrays contrariety of causes. The peasant says the clock does not commonly go right. The artist knows the spring has always the same influence, but may fail through a grain of dust. So with the human body and with conduct. The obliging man gives a peevish answer because he has the toothache. The stupid fellow shows sudden alacrity because fortune has smiled. Even caprice is, in a manner, the constant character of some minds. The conjunction between motives and voluntary actions is as regular as that between cause and effect in any part of nature, and has been universally acknowledged in philosophy and common life. Experimental inference, moral evidence, and the prisoner. That this experienced uniformity is a source of inference concerning human actions scarcely needs proof. Yet Hume insists briefly to throw the argument into a greater variety of lights. The poorest artificer expects protection from the magistrate and purchasers at market. He takes his measures from past experience, as in reasoning about external objects. A manufacturer reckons on the labor of his servants as on his tools. This experimental inference enters so much in a human life that no man, while awake, is ever a moment without employing it. Philosophers, too, presuppose it in history, politics, morals, and criticism. Without uniform influence of laws and characters, there would be no science of man. Natural and moral evidence link together and form only one chain of argument. They are of the same nature and derive from the same principles. A prisoner who has neither money nor interest discovers the impossibility of escape as well when he considers the obstinacy of the jailer as the walls and bars that surround him. In attempts for freedom, he works upon stone and iron rather than upon the inflexible nature of his keeper. Conducted to the scaffold, he foresees his death as certainly from the constancy of his guards as from the operation of the axe. His mind runs through a connected chain of natural causes and voluntary actions. Refusal of the soldiers, the executioner's stroke, separation of head and body, yet feels no difference between them in passing from one link to another. The same experienced union has the same effect whether the united objects be motives, volition, and actions, or figure and motion. We may change the name of things, but their operation on the understanding never changes. We rest assured that an honest friend will not stab us for a silver standish with the same confidence. Allowing for frenzy, as that with which we expect, he will not hold his hand in the fire till it is consumed. A man who leaves his purse on the pavement at Charing Cross expects it to fly away as soon as to remain untouched. Above half of human reasonings contain inferences of this nature. Men have always acknowledged necessity in practice while showing reluctance to acknowledge it in words, because, in material causes, they fancy they penetrate farther than constant conjunction, yet feel no such connection between motive and action. Once convinced that we know nothing of causation beyond conjunction and inference, and finding these circumstances in voluntary actions, we may more easily own the same necessity common to all causes. The dispute, if it continues, must be merely verbal. Liberty defined and the reconciliation. Liberty, when applied to voluntary actions, cannot mean that actions have so little connection with motives that no inference is possible, for that would contradict plain fact. By liberty, we can only mean a power of acting or not acting according to the determinations of the will. If we choose to remain at rest, we may. If we choose to move, we also may. This hypothetical liberty is universally allowed to everyone who is not a prisoner in chains. Here is no subject of dispute. Whatever definition of liberty we adopt must be consistent with fact and with itself. Nothing exists without a cause. Chance, strictly examined, is a mere negative word. Whoever defines a cause without comprehending necessary connection with its effect and shows the origin of the idea expressed may overturn the controversy, but on Hume's account this is impracticable. Liberty, when opposed to necessity rather than constraint, is the same thing with chance, which has no existence. Necessity, morality, and the theological digression. Part 2 turns from metaphysics to morals, not by the blamable method of refuting hypotheses through their dangerous consequences to religion, but by frank examination. The doctrines of necessity and liberty, as explained, are not only consistent with morality, but absolutely essential to its support. Necessity, conformably to the two definitions of cause, consists either in constant conjunction of like objects or in inference of the understanding from one to another. In both senses, it has tacitly been allowed to belong to the will of man. Laws are founded on rewards and punishments, which suppose a regular and uniform influence of motives on the mind. The only proper object of hatred or vengeance is a person endowed with thought and consciousness. Actions are temporary and perishing, and unless they proceed from something durable in character, they can neither redound to honor nor infamy, nor render the agent answerable. We blame not ignorant or casual actions because their principles are momentary, We blame less hasty than deliberate crimes because a hasty temper, though a constant cause, operates only by intervals. Repentance wipes off crime when attended by reformation, because actions render a person criminal only as proofs of criminal principles in the mind, and without necessity they were never just proofs. Liberty, in the agreed sense, is equally essential. Actions are objects of moral sentiment only as indications of internal character. Where they proceed not from the person but from external violence, they cannot be praised or blamed. A theological objection remains. If voluntary actions are subject to the same laws of necessity as matter, there is a continued chain of necessary causes reaching from the author of all to every human volition. No contingency, no liberty in the strong sense, and the deity as ultimate cause must share either the guilt or the absurdity of absolving men from turpitude. Hume separates the objection into two parts. First, if actions trace necessarily to an infinitely perfect being, they cannot be criminal. He answers that remote speculations about the benevolence of the whole, the Stoic consolation that particular ills are goods in the enlarged system, may please the imagination of a man at ease, but will not appease the gouty patient or diminish moral resentment against the robber. Moral distinctions, like those of beauty and deformity, are founded in natural sentiments, not to be controlled by philosophy. Second, how the deity can be mediate cause of all actions without being author of sin. This admits no easy answer. Mysteries of prescience, decrees, and contingency exceed unassisted reason in every system. Philosophy should be sensible of her temerity when she pries into these sublime questions and should return, with modesty, to her proper province, the examination of common life, where difficulties enough remain without launching into boundless doubt and contradiction. Necessity, in the only intelligible sense, constant conjunction of resembling objects together with customary inference of the mind from one to another, equally present in matter and in voluntary action. Liberty, not indifference of motives, but hypothetical power to act or forbear according to the determinations of the will, compatible with uniform connection between character, motive, and conduct. Moral evidence, inference concerning human actions founded on experienced uniformity of motives and behavior. Continuous in kind with inference concerning physical objects, as the prisoner's reasoning about jailers and walls illustrates. Quote, "Our idea, therefore, of necessity and causation arises entirely from the uniformity observable in the operations of nature, where similar objects are constantly conjoined together, and the mind is determined by custom to infer the one from the appearance of the other. These two circumstances form the whole of that necessity, which we ascribe to matter. Beyond the constant conjunction of similar objects, and the consequent inference from one to the other, we have no notion of any necessity or connection." Quote, "And indeed, when we consider how aptly natural and moral evidence link together, and form only one chain of argument, we shall make no scruple to allow that they are of the same nature and derive from the same principles. A prisoner who has neither money nor interest discovers the impossibility of his escape, as well when he considers the obstinacy of the jailer as the walls and bars with which he is surrounded. Quote, "By liberty, then, we can only mean a power of acting or not acting according to the determinations of the will. That is, if we choose to remain at rest, we may. If we choose to move, we also may." Now, this hypothetical liberty is universally allowed to belong to every one who is not a prisoner and in chains. Here, then, is no subject of dispute. Quote, "Happy, if she be thence sensible of her temerity, when she pries into these sublime mysteries, and leaving a scene so full of obscurities and perplexities, return, with suitable modesty, to her true and proper province, the examination of common life, where she will find difficulties enough to employ her inquiries, without launching into so boundless an ocean of doubt, uncertainty, and contradiction." Ehu Section 9 of the Reason of Animals. Custom, analogy, and instinct. All our reasonings concerning matter of fact are founded on analogy. We expect from any cause the same events we have observed to result from similar causes. Where causes are entirely similar, the analogy is perfect and the inference is regarded as certain. Where similarity is less exact, the inference is less conclusive but retains force in proportion to resemblance. Anatomical observations on one animal extend by this reasoning to all. When circulation is proved in a frog or fish, we strongly presume the same principle in every creature. Hume proposes to try whether the theory of experimental reasoning developed in the foregoing sections receives additional authority when applied to beasts. Animals, no less than men, learn many things from experience and infer that the same events will follow from the same causes. By this principle, they become acquainted with fire, water, earth, and the effects of heights and depths. The ignorance of the young is plainly distinguishable from the sagacity of the old. A horse accustomed to the field learns the height he can leap. An old greyhound places himself to meet the hare at her doubles. Conjectures founded on observation, not on argument. Discipline by rewards and punishments teaches animals courses of action contrary to instinct. A dog apprehends pain when menaced and answers to his name by associating an arbitrary sound with his master's intention. In every case, the creature infers a fact beyond what immediately strikes the senses, and the inference rests on past experience alone. Yet this inference cannot be founded on any process of argument by which the animal concludes that like events must follow like objects and that nature will remain regular. Such arguments, if they exist, lie too abstruse for beasts, and for children, the generality of mankind in ordinary life, and philosophers themselves in the active parts of conduct. Nature must have provided some principle of readier use. An operation so immense in life cannot be trusted to uncertain reasoning. It is custom alone that engages animals, from every object that strikes their senses, to infer its usual attendant, and to carry the imagination to the expected event in the manner we call belief. No other explication fits the higher and lower classes of sensitive beings. Some knowledge in animals derives from instinct rather than observation, endowments that exceed ordinary capacity and improve little with practice. We admire these as extraordinary, yet our wonder may diminish when we consider that experimental reasoning itself, which we share with beasts and on which the whole conduct of life depends, is nothing but a species of instinct or mechanical power acting unknown to us, not directed by relations or comparisons of ideas. Though the instinct differs, it is still an instinct that teaches a man to avoid fire as much as that which teaches a bird the art of incubation. Analogy, the principle that similar causes yield similar effects. Perfect when causes match exactly, weaker in proportion to resemblance. The bridge by which observation on one creature confirms hypotheses about others, including the human mind. Quote, first, it seems evident that animals as well as men learn many things from experience, and infer that the same events will always follow from the same causes. By this principle, they become acquainted with the more obvious properties of external objects, and gradually, from their birth, treasure up a knowledge of the nature of fire, water, earth, stones, heights, depths, and sea, and of the effects which result from their operation. Quote, it is custom alone which engages animals from every object that strikes their senses to infer its usual attendant, and carries their imagination from the appearance of the one to conceive the other in that particular manner which we denominate belief. No other explication can be given of this operation in all the higher as well as lower classes of sensitive beings, which fall under our notice and observation. Quote, but our wonder will, perhaps, cease or diminish when we consider that the experimental reasoning itself, which we possess in common with beasts, and on which the whole conduct of life depends, is nothing but a species of instinct or mechanical power that acts in us unknown to ourselves, and in its chief operations is not directed by any such relations or comparisons of ideas, as are the proper objects of our intellectual faculties. Yechu Section X of Miracles. Hume opens his most celebrated section with Tillotson's argument against transubstantiation. The authority of Scripture and tradition rests on apostolic testimony, which is weaker than the evidence of sense, and a weaker evidence cannot destroy a stronger. The prelate's reasoning, Hume observes, is as concise and strong as any that can be urged against a doctrine so little worthy of serious refutation. He flatters himself that he has discovered an argument of like nature which, if just, will be an everlasting check to superstitious delusion. The occasion is not a direct assault on Christianity in the abstract, but a general maxim about how testimony and experience must be weighed whenever history reports prodigies, sacred or profane. Balancing testimony and experience. Though experience is our only guide in reasoning concerning matters of fact, Hume grants at once that this guide is not infallible. A man who expects better weather in June than in December reasons justly, yet may be mistaken. Experience itself warns him of uncertainty through contrariety of events. In all such reasonings there are imaginable degrees of assurance, from the highest certainty to the lowest species of moral evidence. A wise man proportions his belief to the evidence. Where experiments are uniform, he expects the event with the last degree of assurance. Where they are mixed, he weighs opposite experiments, inclines with doubt, and fixes his judgment only when one side overbalances the other. All probability supposes such opposition. 100 instances on one side and 50 on another afford a doubtful expectation, while 100 uniform experiments with only one contradictory reasonably beget strong assurance. This balancing applies with peculiar force to testimony. Our assurance in witnesses is derived from no a priori connection between report and reality, but from observation of human veracity and the usual conformity of facts to reports. We're not memory tenacious, men inclined to truth, sensible to shame when detected in falsehood, qualities discovered by experience to be inherent in human nature. We should never repose confidence in testimony. A man delirious or noted for falsehood has no manner of authority with us. Yet testimony itself rests on past experience and varies with it. We hesitate, balance circumstances, and when we discover superiority on any side, incline in proportion to the force of its antagonist. When the fact attested partakes of the extraordinary and marvelous, the evidence resulting from testimony admits of a diminution greater or less in proportion as the fact is more unusual. Here is a contest of two opposite experiences. The very principle that gives assurance in testimony gives another degree of assurance against the fact witnesses endeavor to establish, for which contradiction there necessarily arises a counterpoise and mutual destruction of belief. The proverb ran in Rome, even during Cato's lifetime, that one should not believe such a story were it told by Cato. The incredibility of a fact might invalidate so great an authority. Indian Prince. He who refused to believe the first relations concerning frost reasoned justly. Facts arising from a state of nature with which he was unacquainted required very strong testimony. Though they were not contrary to his experience, they were not conformable to it. Miracles defined and the maxim of assent. But suppose the affirmed fact is not merely marvelous but really miraculous, and suppose the testimony, considered apart, amounts to an entire proof. There is proof against proof, of which the strongest must prevail, yet still with a diminution of force in proportion to its antagonist. A miracle is a violation of the laws of nature, and as firm and unalterable experience has established these laws, the proof against a miracle, from the very nature of the fact, is as entire as any argument from experience can be imagined. Why is it more than probable that all men must die, that lead cannot remain suspended in the air, that fire consumes wood and is extinguished by water, unless these events are agreeable to the laws of nature, and a miracle is required to prevent them? Nothing is esteemed a miracle if it ever happens in the common course of nature. A dead man restored to life has never been observed in any age or country. There must therefore be uniform experience against every miraculous event, otherwise the event would not merit that appellation. The plain consequence, Hume declares, is a general maxim worthy of attention. No testimony is sufficient to establish a miracle unless the testimony be of such a kind that its falsehood would be more miraculous than the fact it endeavors to establish. And even then, there is mutual destruction of arguments, and the superior only gives assurance suitable to the force which remains after deducting the inferior. When anyone tells me he saw a dead man restored to life, I immediately consider whether it is more probable that this person should deceive or be deceived, or that the fact should really have happened. I weigh the one miracle against the other and always reject the greater miracle. Quote, "A wise man, therefore, proportions his belief to the evidence. In such conclusions as are founded on an infallible experience, he expects the event with the last degree of assurance, and regards his past experience as a full proof of the future existence of that event." Historical testimony and the passions of religion. In Part 2, Hume shows that he has been too liberal in supposing testimony for a miracle could amount to entire proof. First, no miracle in history is attested by a sufficient number of men of unquestioned good sense, education, and learning, of undoubted integrity, of such credit that detection would cost them dearly, reporting facts performed in so public a manner and in so celebrated a part of the world that detection is unavoidable. Secondly, human nature contains a principle which diminishes assurance in prodigies. We commonly reason that objects of which we have no experience resemble those of which we have, and reject unusual facts in an ordinary degree. Yet when anything is affirmed utterly absurd and miraculous, the mind rather the more readily admits it on account of the very circumstance which ought to destroy its authority. The passion of surprise and wonder, being agreeable, gives sensible tendency toward belief. Even those who cannot enjoy the pleasure at first hand love to partake of it by rebound and place pride in exciting admiration. With what greediness are the miraculous accounts of travelers received! See monsters, strange men, uncouth manners. But if the spirit of religion joins itself to the love of wonder, there is an end of common sense, and human testimony loses all pretensions to authority. A religionist may be an enthusiast and imagine what has no reality. He may know his narrative to be false, and yet persevere with the best intentions for so holy a cause, or vanity and self-interest operate on him more powerfully than on the rest of mankind. His auditors commonly lack judgment to canvass his evidence, renounce what judgment they have by principle in sublime subjects, or suffer passion and heated imagination to disturb its regularity. Credulity increases impudence, and impudence overpowers credulity. Eloquence at its highest pitch leaves little room for reason. What Tully or Demosthenes could scarcely effect over a Roman or Athenian audience, every itinerant teacher can perform over the generality of mankind by touching gross and vulgar passions. Thirdly, supernatural relations abound chiefly among ignorant and barbarous nations, or are received by civilized peoples from barbarous ancestors with inviolable sanction. When we peruse the first histories of nations, we imagine ourselves transported into a new world where prodigies obscure the few natural events intermingled. But as we advance nearer enlightened ages, the marvelous grows thinner every page. It is nothing strange that men should lie in all ages. Renowned lies spread from like beginnings, sown in more proper soil. Alexander the false prophet laid his first scene in Paphlagonia among people extremely ignorant. At Athens, the imposture would have been exploded at once. Fourthly, there is no testimony for any miracle, even those not expressly detected, that is not opposed by an infinite number of witnesses. In religion, whatever is different is contrary, and miracles pretended in Rome, Turkey, Siam, and China overthrow one another. To believe a Mahometan miracle is to regard Titus Livius, Plutarch, Tacitus, and every author who related a miracle in his own religion as contradicting it with the same certainty they have for the miracle they relate. Contrary miracles, strong testimony, and the limits of proof. Hume presses the point with Tacitus's account of Vespasian curing a blind man by spittle and a lame man by the touch of his foot, one of the best attested miracles in profane history, where gravity, solidity, age, and probity of emperor and historian contemporary writers, eyewitnesses, and public nature the facts combine. Cardinal de Retz relates with equal circumstantiality a doorkeeper who recovered a leg by holy oil at Saragossa, yet considered justly that such evidence carried falsehood upon the very face of it. The Jansenist miracles at the tomb of Abbé Paris, cures attested before judges of unquestioned integrity in a learned age on the most eminent theater in the world, with Jesuit enemies unable distinctly to refute them. Present, Hume asks, the greatest number of circumstances agreeing to corroborate one fact. Yet what have we to oppose but the absolute impossibility or miraculous nature of the events? And this, in the eyes of all reasonable people, alone suffices as refutation. Is the consequence just that because testimony has utmost force in some cases, the Battle of Philippi, for instance, all testimony must in all cases have equal force? If Caesarian and Pompeian factions each claimed victory and historians uniformly ascribed advantage to their own side, how could mankind at this distance determine between them? The contrariety is equally strong between miracles in Herodotus or Plutarch and those in Mariana or Bede. The wise lend academic faith to reports favoring the reporter's passion. What greater temptation than to appear missionary, prophet, ambassador from heaven? The smallest spark may kindle the greatest flame. The gazing populace receive greedily whatever soothes superstition. Where such reports fly about, the solution is obvious. We account for them by known principles of credulity and delusion rather than admit a miraculous violation of established laws. Upon the whole, no testimony for any miracle has ever amounted to a probability, much less a proof. And even supposing proof, it would be opposed by another proof derived from the nature of the fact. Experience gives authority to testimony and assures us of the laws of nature. When these two kinds of experience are contrary, we subtract the one from the other. For popular religions, this subtraction amounts to entire annihilation. Hume limits the maxim. A miracle can never be proved so as to be the foundation of a system of religion. Yet possibly there may be miracles of such a kind as to admit proof. Suppose all authors in all languages agree that from the 1st of January 1600 there was total darkness over the whole earth for 8 days, with traditions still strong and travelers confirming it without variation. Philosophers would receive it as certain and search for causes. But suppose all historians agree Queen Elizabeth died on the 1st of January 1600, was interred a month, then reappeared, resumed the throne, and governed 3 years. Hume would be surprised at the concurrence of odd circumstances, yet would not believe so miraculous an event. He would assert her death pretended, and that it neither was nor possibly could be real. Should the miracle be ascribed to a new system of religion, that very circumstance will be full proof of a cheat to all men of sense. Though the being to whom the miracle is ascribed be almighty, it has not become more probable. We know his attributes only from experience of his productions in the usual course of nature, and must compare violations of truth in testimony with violations of natural law. Violations of truth are more common in religious miracles than in any other matter of fact. We form a general resolution never to lend attention to such testimony. What Hume has said of miracles applies without variation of prophecies. The Christian religion not only was at first attended with miracles, but even at this day cannot be believed by any reasonable person without one. Whoever is moved by faith to assent is conscious of a continued miracle in his own person. Quote, that no testimony is sufficient to establish a miracle, unless the testimony be of such a kind that its falsehood would be more miraculous than the fact which it endeavors to establish. And even in that case, there is a mutual destruction of arguments, and the superior only gives us an assurance suitable to that degree of force, which remains after deducting the inferior. Quote, upon the whole, then, it appears that no testimony for any kind of miracle has ever amounted to a probability, much less to a proof, and that, even supposing it amounted to a proof, it would be opposed by another proof, derived from the very nature of the fact, which it would endeavor to establish. EHU Section 11. Of a particular providence and of a future state. This section departs from Hume's usual manner. Instead of numbered paragraphs advancing a single train of thought, he reports a conversation with a friend who loves skeptical paradoxes. The exchange is framed by reflections on philosophy's good fortune in ages of freedom. Epicurus living at Athens to an advanced age, Epicureans admitted to the sacerdotal character, emperors affording pensions to every sect, and by the friend's darker observation that the bigotry philosophy complains of is really philosophy's offspring, who after allying with superstition becomes her most inveterate enemy. Speculative dogmas could not arise in early illiterate ages. Philosophers and priests thereafter made a fair partition of mankind, the former claiming the learned and wise, the latter the vulgar. Hume's interlocutor undertakes to speak for Epicurus before the Athenian people and show that denying a particular providence and future state undermines neither morals nor civil order, provided one reasons consistently from the design argument itself. Epicurus before the Athenians. When Hume objects that magistrates may justly fear doctrines loosening the ties of morality, the friend replies that persecution never proceeded from calm reason, but from passion and prejudice, and that Epicurus, accused before the people, could have proved his principles as salutary as those of adversaries who exposed him to public hatred. At Hume's invitation, he supposes himself Epicurus and delivers an harangue that would fill the urn with white beans. Epicurus comes not to dispute the origin and government of worlds, but to inquire how far such questions concern the public interest. If they are entirely indifferent to peace and security, the assembly should send philosophers back to their schools to examine the most sublime and speculative question at leisure. The religious philosophers, not satisfied with tradition and the doctrine of priests, indulge rash curiosity in trying how far religion may be established on reason, and thereby excite, instead of satisfying, doubts that naturally arise from diligent inquiry. They paint the order, beauty, and wise arrangement of the universe, and ask whether such display could proceed from fortuitous concourse of atoms. Hume's Epicurus allows the argument as solid as accusers desire, then proves from that very reasoning that the question is speculative, and that denying providence and a future state undermines not the foundations of society, proportioning causes and the limits of design. The accusers acknowledge that the chief argument for divine existence is derived from order in nature, where marks of intelligence and design appear. They allow this an argument from effects to causes and concede that if they cannot make out the point, the conclusion fails and must not be established beyond what phenomena justify. From these concessions, Epicurus draws the rule. When we infer a particular cause from an effect, we must proportion the one to the other and ascribe to the cause only qualities exactly sufficient to produce the effect. A body of 10 ounces raised in a scale proves the counterbalancing weight exceeds 10 ounces, never that it exceeds 100. If the assigned cause is not sufficient, we must reject it or add qualities. If we ascribe farther qualities or affirm capacity to produce other effects, we indulge license of conjecture. The same rule holds whether the cause be brute matter or rational intelligence. From Zeuxis's picture alone, we could not know he was also statuary or architect. The cause must be proportioned to the effect. Exactly proportioned, it affords no inference concerning any other design. Allowing the gods authors of the existence or order of the universe, they possess that precise degree of power, intelligence, and benevolence which appears in their workmanship. Nothing farther can be proved except by exaggeration and flattery. We may not mount from the universe to Jupiter and descend to infer new effects, as if present effects were not entirely worthy of attributes we ascribe. Knowledge of the cause being derived solely from the effect, they must be exactly adjusted. The one can never be foundation of new inference. Philosophers enamored of an offspring of their brain imagine it impossible he should not produce something greater than the present scene, full of ill and disorder, forgetting that superlative intelligence and benevolence are imaginary or without foundation in reason, and that we have no ground to ascribe qualities not actually exerted in productions. Let gods be suited to present appearances, presume not to alter appearances by arbitrary suppositions to suit fondly ascribed attributes. Priests and poets may speak of a golden age preceding vice and misery, when philosophers who pretend to neglect authority hold the same discourse. Epicurus pays not the same obsequious submission. Who carried them into celestial regions? Open the book of fate. If they mounted by reason from effects to causes, they aided ascent by imagination's wings when they argued from causes to effects, presuming a more perfect production suitable to perfect gods, while forgetting they have no reason to ascribe perfection beyond what appears. Hence fruitless industry to account for ill appearances and save the honor of the gods. Obstinate matter, general laws, or some such reason control Jupiter's power, while attributes are taken for granted beforehand. The religious hypothesis is only a particular method of accounting for visible phenomena. No just reasoner will infer from it any single fact and alter phenomena in any particular. In complicated subjects, every one may be indulged in conjecture, but to argue from inferred causes that other facts have existed or will exist is to depart from the method of reasoning and add two attributes of the cause beyond what appears in the effect: providence, future state, and the politics of belief. Whereas the odiousness of doctrine taught in Epicurus's school, he denies a providence who guides events and punishes vice with infamy and rewards virtue. Yet he denies not the course of events open to everyone's inquiry. In the present order, virtue is attended with more peace of mind than vice and meets more favorable reception. Friendship and moderation are sources of tranquility. He never balances virtuous and vicious courses, but finds every advantage on the former side. What more can religionists say? They tell him disposition proceeds from intelligence and design. Whatever it proceeds from, the disposition on which conduct depends remains the same, and he may regulate behavior by experience of past events as well as they. If they affirm that with divine providence he ought to expect more particular reward and punishment beyond the ordinary course, he finds the same fallacy. They imagine that granting divine existence, they may safely infer consequences and add to experienced order by arguing from ascribed attributes, forgetting all reasonings can only be drawn from effects to causes. And every argument from causes to effects is gross sophism, since we can know nothing of the cause but what we have discovered, fully in the effect. Vain reasoners who render this life merely a passage to something farther, a porch to a greater building, a prologue introducing the piece, derive their idea of gods from conceit and imagination, not from present phenomena, which would never point farther but be exactly adjusted. The divinity may be endowed with attributes never seen exerted, that is mere possibility. We never infer attributes or principles of action, but so far as we know them exerted and satisfied. Is there distributive justice in the world? If yes, justice here exerts itself and is satisfied. If no, we have no reason to ascribe justice in our sense to the gods. If partly, we have no reason to give it greater extent than we see it exert. The experienced train of events is the great standard by which we regulate conduct in field and senate. Nothing else ought to be heard in school or closet. While we argue from nature and infer an intelligent cause preserving order, we embrace a principle both uncertain and useless. Uncertain because the subject lies beyond experience. Useless because knowledge of the cause being derived entirely from the course of nature. We can never return from cause with new inference or establish new principles of conduct. Hume interrupts. The friend neglects not demagogic artifice. Embracing principles Hume has always favored. Yet from the same experience, Hume doubts the reasoning can be refuted. As from a half-finished building surrounded with brick, stone, and instruments of masonry one infers design and may return to infer completion. Or from one human footprint on the shore one concludes a man passed and probably left traces of the other foot. Why refuse the same method regarding nature's order? An imperfect building from which we infer superior intelligence, then a more finished scheme completed in distant space or time. Human art, divine singularity, and toleration. The infinite difference of subjects is sufficient foundation for different conclusions. In human art, we may advance from effect to cause and back to infer alterations in the effect, because we know man by experience, his motives and designs, the connection of his projects. 100 inferences founded in observation. Did we know man only from a single work? Our knowledge of ascribed qualities being derived from that production, they could point to nothing farther. The print of a foot proves some figure adapted to produce it. A human footprint proves probably another foot because of other experience of that species. Not a continuation of one simple chain, but comprehension of many experiences concerning usual figure and members. With nature's works, the deity is known only by productions, a single being not comprehended under any species from whose experienced attributes we infer by analogy. The universe shows wisdom and goodness. We infer a particular degree precisely adapted to the effect examined, never farther attributes or degrees by rules of just reasoning. Without license of supposition, we cannot argue from cause or infer alteration in effect beyond observation. Greater good would prove greater goodness. More impartial distribution would proceed from greater regarded justice. Every supposed addition to works makes addition to attributes, unsupported and admitted only as conjecture. The great source of mistake is tacitly considering ourselves in the place of the Supreme Being and concluding he will observe conduct we would embrace in a situation. Though ordinary nature shows principles very different from ours, an analogy forbids reasoning from men's intentions to a being so remote. In human nature, experience coherence of designs permits inferring one intention from another. With a being who bears less analogy to any other being than the sun to a waxen taper, and who discovers himself only by faint traces, we have no authority to ascribe perfection. What we imagine superior may be defect. Ascribing perfection not fully exerted savors of flattery rather than sound philosophy. Philosophy and religion will never carry us beyond the usual course of experience or give measures of conduct different from those furnished by reflections on common life. Hume grants a further point. Though religious doctrines ought to have no influence, men draw consequences from belief in divine existence, and suppose deity will inflict punishments and bestow rewards beyond ordinary course. And whether reasoning be just, its influence on life remains. Those who disabuse men of such prejudices may be good reasoners, but not good citizens, since they free men from restraint upon passions. Yet Hume agrees with toleration on different premises. The state ought to tolerate every principle of philosophy. No government has suffered politically by such indulgence. There is no enthusiasm among philosophers. Their doctrines do not allure the people. Restraint on their reasonings paves the way for persecution where mankind are more deeply concerned. Hume closes with a delicate difficulty, whether a cause can be known only by its effect, or be of so singular a nature as to have no parallel. Without similarity between species of objects, we could not infer. Both effect and cause must resemble known conjoined pairs. Antagonists of Epicurus suppose the universe, an effect singular and unparalleled, proof of a deity no less singular. Upon which supposition Hume's reasonings merit attention, though how we return from cause to effect remains difficult. Quote, when we infer any particular cause from an effect, we must proportion the one to the other, and can never be allowed to ascribe to the cause any qualities, but what are exactly sufficient to produce the effect. Quote, while we cannot give a satisfactory reason why we believe, after 1,000 experiments, that a stone will fall or fire burn, can we ever satisfy ourselves concerning any determination which we may form with regard to the origin of worlds and the situation of nature from and to eternity? Ehu Section 12 of the Academical or Skeptical Philosophy. The concluding section surveys skepticism in 3 stages: antecedent doubt before philosophy begins, consequent doubt after science and inquiry allegedly discover the fallaciousness of our faculties, and finally a mitigated academical philosophy that corrects Pyrrhonian excess by common sense and reflection. Hume opens with a parallel to arguments for deity and against atheism. The most religious philosophers dispute whether any man can be a speculative atheist, much as knights-errant never doubted dragons. The skeptic provokes divines, though no man ever conversed with one devoid of all opinion. The question is what skepticism means and how far doubt may be pushed, and what, after the tour, remains worth believing. Antecedent skepticism and philosophical preparation. There is a species of skepticism antecedent to all study, much inculcated by Descartes as sovereign preservative against error. Universal doubt not only of former opinions, but of our very faculties, whose veracity must be assured by reasoning from some original principle that cannot be fallacious. But no such principle has prerogative above others that are self-evident, nor could we advance a step beyond it without use of those very faculties of which we are already diffident. Cartesian doubt, were it attainable, which it plainly is not, would be entirely incurable. Moderate antecedent skepticism, however, is reasonable, a necessary preparative preserving impartiality in judgments and weaning the mind from prejudices of education. To begin with clear principles, advance by timorous steps, review conclusions frequently, and examine consequences, though slow and short progress, are the only methods by which we can hope to reach truth and proper stability in determinations. Consequent skepticism, the senses and external existence. Consequent skepticism arises when men are supposed to have discovered the absolute fallaciousness of mental faculties or their unfitness to reach fixed determination in curious subjects. Even senses are disputed, maxims of common life subjected to the same doubt as metaphysics and theology. The trite topics, crooked or double images, varying aspects, prove only that senses alone are not implicitly to be depended on, but must be corrected by reason concerning medium, distance, and organ. More profound arguments admit no easy solution. Men are carried by natural instinct to repose faith in senses and, before reasoning, suppose an external universe existing independent of perception. They suppose images presented by senses to be external objects themselves. This table, seen white and felt hard, is believed independent of mind. Presence bestows not being, absence does not annihilate. The slightest philosophy teaches that nothing can be present to mind but image or perception. Sense is only inlets conveying images without immediate intercourse between mind and object. The seen table diminishes as we remove. The real table suffers no alteration. Therefore only an image was present. Reflecting men doubt not that houses and trees considered when we speak are perceptions in mind, fleeting copies of uniform independent existences. Thus reasoning necessitates contradicting primary instincts and embracing a new system. Yet philosophy is embarrassed justifying it. She can no longer plead infallible instinct, which led to a system acknowledged fallacious. Nor can she justify the philosophical system by clear argument within human capacity. By what argument prove perceptions must be caused by external objects resembling them, and could not arise from mind's energy or unknown spirit. Many perceptions arise not from anything external, as in dreams and madness. Nothing is more inexplicable than body operating on mind to convey image of itself to a substance of contrary nature. Whether perceptions are produced by resembling external objects is a question of fact determinable only by experience. Yet experience is and must be entirely silent. Mind has only perceptions and cannot experience their connection with objects. Recourse to Supreme Being's veracity to prove sense's veracity makes unexpected circuit. If his veracity were concerned, senses would be infallible, and if external world be questioned, we cannot prove that being's existence. Profounder skeptics triumph in universal doubt, follow instinct, and believe the sensible image is the external object, disclaim that principle for representations only, and reason cannot prove connection with external objects. Another skeptical topic derives from modern doctrine that sensible qualities, hard, soft, hot, cold, white, black, are secondary, existing in mind without external archetype. If so, with secondary qualities, the same must follow for supposed primary qualities of extension and solidity. Idea of extension acquired from sight and feeling, and if all qualities perceived are in mind not object, extension depends on secondary ideas. Nothing saves us but abstraction, which, examined, is unintelligible and absurd. Extension neither tangible nor visible cannot be conceived. Tangible or visible extension, neither hard nor soft, black nor white, is beyond conception. Try to conceive a triangle in general, neither isosceles nor scalene, with no particular length or proportion. The absurdity of scholastic abstraction appears. The first objection to sense. Such opinion, if from instinct, is contrary to reason. If from reason, contrary to instinct, and carries no rational evidence. The second goes farther. If all sensible qualities are in mind, bereave matter of intelligible qualities, and you annihilate it, leaving unknown, inexplicable something as cause of perceptions, a notion no skeptic will think worth contending against. Consequent skepticism, abstract reason and matters of fact. Part 2 considers skepticism destroying reason by argument, objections to abstract reasonings, and to those concerning matter of fact. Chief objection against abstract reasonings derives from space and time. Ideas clear in common life afford principles full of absurdity under profound sciences. No dogmas shock common sense more than infinite divisibility of extension pompously displayed by geometricians, a real quantity infinitely less than any finite quantity, containing quantities infinitely less than itself, in infinitum. An edifice too weighty for demonstration, shocking clearest principles. Yet these opinions are supported by clearest reasoning. We cannot allow premises without consequences. Conclusions about circles and triangles are convincing. Yet once received, how deny angle of contact between circle and tangent is infinitely less than any rectilineal angle. Reason seems thrown into amazement. Full light bordering profound darkness, dazzled and confounded. With time, the absurdity grows palpable. Infinite number of real parts of time, passing in succession, appears evident contradiction. Yet reason remains restless. How can clear distinct idea contain circumstances contradictory to itself? Skepticism arising from geometry is as full of doubt as any proposition. Skeptical objections to moral evidence are popular or philosophical. Popular objections, weakness of understanding, contradictory opinions in ages and nations, variation in sickness and health, are weak. We reason every moment concerning fact and cannot subsist without this argument. The great subverter of Pyrrhonism is action, employment, and occupations of common life. Principles flourish in schools, but vanish like smoke when real objects actuate passions, leaving the determined skeptic like other mortals. Philosophical objections are more formidable. All evidence from matter of fact beyond testimony of sense or memory is derived from relation of cause and effect. We have no other idea of this relation than two objects frequently conjoined. No argument convinces us that frequently conjoined objects will be conjoined likewise in other instances. Nothing leads to this inference but custom or instinct, which may be fallacious. While the skeptic insists, he shows his force, or rather his and our weakness, and seems to destroy all assurance. Yet no durable good can result from excessive skepticism. Ask the Pyrrhonian his meaning and purpose. He is at a loss. A Copernican or Stoic may hope to produce durable conviction. A Pyrrhonian cannot expect constant influence, and if he had it, must acknowledge all human life would perish. Discourse and action would cease till necessities of nature ended miserable existence. So fatal an event is little dreaded. Nature is always too strong for principle. Momentary amazement yields to the first trivial event. Awakening, the skeptic joins the laugh against himself and confesses objections are mere amusement, showing mankind must act and reason and believe, though unable to satisfy themselves concerning foundations. Mitigated skepticism and the proper bounds of inquiry. There is a mitigated skepticism, academical philosophy, durable and useful, partly the result of Pyrrhonism when undistinguished doubts are corrected by common sense. Most mankind are dogmatical. Seeing objects on one side only, they throw themselves precipitately into principles without indulgence for opposite sentiments. Hesitation perplexes understanding, checks passion, suspends action. They escape by violence of affirmation. Could dogmatical reasoners become sensible of infirmities of understanding even in its most perfect state, reflection would inspire modesty and diminish prejudice. Illiterate may reflect on learned diffidence. Haughty learned might receive small tincture of Pyrrhonism abating pride. A degree of doubt, caution, and modesty ought forever to accompany just reasoners. Another species of mitigated skepticism limits inquiries to subjects adapted to narrow human capacity. Imagination is sublime, delighted with remote and extraordinary, running without control into distant space and time to avoid objects custom has rendered too familiar. Correct judgment observes contrary method. Avoiding distant inquiries, it confines itself to common life and subjects of daily practice, leaving sublime topics to poets and orators or arts of priests and politicians. To reach this salutary determination, nothing serves like thorough conviction of Pyrrhonian doubt's force and impossibility that anything but natural instinct could free us from it. Philosophers will continue researches because philosophical decisions are reflections of common life methodized and corrected, but they will not go beyond common life while considering faculties' imperfection, narrow reach, and inaccurate operations. If we cannot satisfy ourselves why we believe after 1,000 experiments that stone will fall or fire burn, can we satisfy ourselves concerning origin of worlds from and to eternity? The fork, relations of ideas and matters of fact. Examination of natural powers recommends limiting science. The only objects of abstract science or demonstration are quantity and number. All attempts to extend this knowledge beyond these bounds are sophistry and illusion. Component parts of quantity and number being entirely similar, relations become intricate. Tracing a quality or inequality through appearances is curious and useful. But other ideas are distinct. Utmost scrutiny only observes diversity and pronounces one thing, not another, or difficulty proceeds from undeterminate meaning of words corrected by definitions. That square of hypotenuse equals squares of other sides cannot be known without reasoning. But to convince us that where there is no property, there can be no injustice requires only defining terms. Pretended syllogistical reasonings in every branch, except quantity and number, may safely be pronounced the only proper objects of knowledge and demonstration. All other inquiries regard matter of fact and existence, incapable of demonstration. Whatever is may not be. No negation of fact involves contradiction. Non-existence of any being is as clear an idea as existence. In sciences properly so called, every proposition not true is confused and unintelligible. False arithmetical proposition cannot be distinctly conceived. But that Caesar or Gabriel never existed may be false, yet perfectly conceivable. Existence can only be proved by arguments from cause or effect founded on experience. A priori, anything may produce anything. Pebble may extinguish sun, wish control planets. Experience alone teaches nature and bounds of cause and effect. Moral reasonings concern particular or general facts. Deliberations in life, history, chronology, geography, astronomy regard particular facts. Sciences treating general facts are politics, natural philosophy, physics, chemistry. Divinity, proving deity and immortality, is composed partly of reasonings concerning particular, partly general facts, founded in reasons so far as supported by experience, but best foundation is faith and revelation. Morals and criticism are objects of taste and sentiment rather than understanding. Beauty is felt more properly than perceived. When we run over libraries persuaded of these principles, what havoc must we make? Fork, All objects of human reason fall under relations of ideas, demonstrable. Every affirmation contrary to truth, impossible and contradictory, or matters of fact. Every contrary affirmation still conceivable. Existence provable only through experience of cause and effect. Quote, if we take in our hand any volume of divinity or school metaphysics, for instance, let us ask, does it contain any abstract reasoning concerning quantity or number? No. Does it contain any experimental reasoning concerning matter of fact and existence? No. Commit it then to the flames, for it can contain nothing but sophistry and illusion. Quote, the great subverter of Pyrrhonism or the excessive principles of skepticism is action and employment and the occupations of common life. These principles may flourish and triumph in the schools, where it is indeed difficult, if not impossible, to refute them. But as soon as they leave the shade, and by the presence of the real objects, which actuate our passions and sentiments, are put in opposition to the more powerful principles of our nature, they vanish like smoke. Quote, there is, indeed, a more mitigated skepticism or academical philosophy, which may be both durable and useful, and which may, in part, be the result of this Pyrrhonism or excessive skepticism, when its undistinguished doubts are, in some measure, corrected by common sense and reflection. An inquiry concerning the principles of morals. EPM Section 1 of the General Principles of Morals. Hume opens the inquiry concerning the principles of morals by distinguishing two sorts of moral controversy. Disputes with men obstinately wedded to their principles are irksome, and so, in a different way, are disputes with the merely disingenuous, who defend opinions they do not believe. In both cases, reasoning is not the source of tenets, and logic that speaks only to the understanding will never convert the affections. Those who deny all moral distinction are ranked among the latter sort. No one, Hume thinks, could seriously hold that every character deserves equal regard. Yet a better controversy has lately arisen, whether morals derive from reason or from sentiment, whether we know duty by argument or by an immediate internal sense, whether moral truth is uniform for every rational being or, like beauty, depends on the particular constitution of our species. The ancients, though they often called virtue conformity to reason, generally treated morals as arising from taste and sentiment. Modern inquirers, praising the beauty of virtue no less loudly, have commonly sought to ground distinctions in metaphysical reasonings from abstract principles of the understanding, a confusion Lord Shaftesbury first marked, and in which even he did not wholly escape. Both sides offer specious arguments. Reason's partisans point to moral debate itself. Long chains of proof, cited authorities, adjusted conclusions, as if truth, not taste, were at stake. Sentiment's partisans reply that reason cannot distribute epithets of amiable and odious, or pronounce beforehand what shall produce love and hatred. Only the original fabric of mind can account for such affections. The end of moral speculation is practical, to beget habits correspondent to the beauty of virtue and deformity of vice. Inferences of the understanding, where truths are indifferent, have no hold on conduct. What is noble and generous animates the heart, while what is evident merely gratifies curiosity. For my part, Hume suspects both arguments may be solid. Reason and sentiment concur in almost all moral determinations. The final sentence that stamps honor or infamy probably depends on some internal sense nature has made universal. Yet much reasoning often precedes, nice distinctions, distant comparisons, general facts fixed, as in the finer arts, where false relish may be corrected by reflection. Moral beauty partakes much of this latter kind. That curious question may, however, wait. If this inquiry discovers the true origin of morals, it will easily appear how far reason or sentiment enters each determination. The method is experimental and simple. Analyze the mental qualities forming what common life calls personal merit. Consider every attribute implying praise or blame. Universal sensibility assures the philosopher he will not misplace his objects. Language itself, with its words of good and evil sense, guides the catalog. Reason's office is only to find what circumstances the estimable qualities share, and thence reach the universal principles from which approbation is derived, a question of fact, not abstract science, to be pursued by comparing instances, not by erecting hypotheses first and inferring afterward. Natural philosophy has reformed. Moral disquisitions should reject every subtle system not founded on fact and observation. The inquiry begins with the social virtues, benevolence and justice, whose explication will probably open the rest. Reason and sentiment. The final moral verdict rests on feeling, yet reflection often prepares and corrects the object of that feeling, as in the finer arts. Experimental method. Ethics proceeds from particular instances of personal merit to general maxims, not from abstract principles to consequences. Quote, I am apt to suspect they may, the one as well as the other, be solid and satisfactory, and that reason and sentiment concur in almost all moral determinations and conclusions. The final sentence, it is probable, which pronounces characters and actions amiable or odious, praiseworthy or blamable, depends on some internal sense or feeling, which nature has made universal in the whole species. For what else can have an influence of this nature? But in order to pave the way for such a sentiment and give a proper discernment of its object, it is often necessary, we find, that much reasoning should precede. Quote, as this is a question of fact, not of abstract science, we can only expect success by following the experimental method and deducing general maxims from a comparison of particular instances. The other scientific method, where a general abstract principle is first established and is afterwards branched out into a variety of inferences and conclusions, may be more perfect in itself, but suits less the imperfection of human nature, and is a common source of illusion and mistake in this, as well as in other subjects. EPM Section 2 of Benevolence. It may seem superfluous to prove that the benevolent affections are estimable. Wherever they appear, they engage the approbation and goodwill of mankind. The epithets sociable, good-natured, humane, merciful, grateful, friendly, generous, beneficent, or their equivalents in every language, express the highest merit human nature can attain. Attended with birth, power, and eminent abilities, displayed in good government or useful instruction, they seem almost to raise their possessors above the common rank and make them approach the divine. Capacity, courage, and success may expose a hero to envy, but add the praises of humanity and beneficence, and envy itself is silent or joins the general applause. When Pericles lay dying, his friends, thinking him insensible, enumerated his conquests, trophies, and long administration. You forget, cried the hero who had heard all, you forget the most eminent of my praises, while you dwell so much on those vulgar advantages, in which fortune had a principal share. You have not observed that no citizen has ever yet worn mourning on my account. In men of ordinary talents, the social virtues are, if possible, still more requisite. Without them, nothing eminent compensates for contempt and hatred. High ambition in imperfect characters, says Cicero, degenerates into turbulent ferocity. The softer virtues are chiefly to be regarded, and are always good and amiable. Hume's object here is speculative rather than hortatory. No qualities are more entitled to general goodwill than beneficence, friendship, gratitude, natural affection, and public spirit. Whatever proceeds from tender sympathy and generous concern for our kind. These qualities seem to transfuse themselves into each beholder and call forth the same favorable sentiments they exert on all around. Utility and the social virtues. In every panegyric of a humane man, one circumstance is never omitted: the happiness society derives from his intercourse. To parents he endears himself by pious attachment. Children feel his authority only when employed for their advantage. Domestics find a sure resource in him. The hungry receive food, the naked clothing, the ignorant skill. Like an inferior minister of Providence, he cheers, and sustains the surrounding world. May we not conclude that utility forms at least a part of social merit? The same logic extends outward. We praise useful animals and plants. We contemplate with pleasure a well-contrived machine or house. We defend a profession by its advantages to society, and enrage a monk by treating his order as pernicious. What praise is implied in the simple epithet useful? Cicero tells the Epicureans their inactive gods cannot claim worship. Even the Egyptians consecrated animals only for utility. Zoroaster counted planting a tree or begetting children among meritorious acts. In all determinations of morality, public utility is principally in view. Disputes about the bounds of duty are best decided by ascertaining the true interests of mankind. False opinions once embraced are retracted when experience supplies juster notions, as when alms to common beggars, once praised as relief to the distressed, are regarded as weakness once idleness and debauchery are observed, when tyrannicide, once extolled, is indulged only as a prejudice of ancient times. When princely liberality is retracted once the homely bread of the industrious is seen converted to cates for the idle, when luxury, once universally condemned as corruption's source, is reconsidered once shown to increase industry and civility. Upon the whole, nothing bestows more merit than benevolence in an eminent degree, and a part, at least, of that merit arises from tendency to promote the interests of our species. We carry our view into the salutary consequences of such a character. Whatever has so benign an influence is beheld with complacency. How considerable a part of their merit we ought to ascribe to utility will better appear from future disquisitions, as will the reason why this circumstance commands our esteem. Quote, when Pericles, the great Athenian statesman and general, was on his deathbed, his surrounding friends, deeming him now insensible, began to indulge their sorrow for their expiring patron by enumerating his great qualities and successes. "You forget," cries the dying hero, who had heard all, "you forget the most eminent of my praises. You have not observed that no citizen has ever yet worn mourning on my account." Quote, upon the whole, then, it seems undeniable that nothing can bestow more merit on any human creature than the sentiment of benevolence in an eminent degree, and that a part, at least, of its merit arises from its tendency to promote the interests of our species and bestow happiness on human society. EPM Section 3 of Justice. That justice is useful to society, and that part of its merit must arise from that consideration, would be superfluous to prove. The more curious proposition, whether public utility is the sole origin of justice, and reflections on beneficial consequences the sole foundation of its merit, better deserves examination. When justice arises and when it is suspended, suppose nature bestowed such profuse abundance that every individual were fully provided without care or industry, perpetual clemency rendered clothes useless, the clear fountain the richest beverage, music, poetry, and conversation the sole business and amusement. Every other social virtue would flourish tenfold, but the cautious, jealous virtue of justice would never have been dreamed of. Why partition goods where all have more than enough? Why call anything mine when another's seizure leaves me equally valuable possession? Justice, being totally useless, would be an idle ceremonial. Even now, wherever benefit is bestowed in unlimited abundance, we leave enjoyment in common. Water and air are not individual property. In fertile countries with few inhabitants, land is treated likewise. Defenders of the liberty of the seas appeal to the ocean's inexhaustible use in navigation. Property in water may exist where land is superabundant and water scarce. Again, suppose men's minds so enlarged with friendship that each has the utmost tenderness for every man and feels no more for his own interest than another's. Justice would be suspended by such extensive benevolence. Barriers of property and obligation would never be thought of. Why bind another by promise when he is already prompted to seek my happiness? Why raise landmarks when my heart shares all my neighbor's joys? The whole race would form one family. using goods freely with entire regard to each necessity. Families approach this condition as mutual benevolence strengthens. Marriage laws abolish division of possessions. Ardor of new enthusiasms has often attempted community of goods until experience of returning selfishness restored justice and separate property. This virtue derives its existence entirely from its necessary use to social intercourse. Reverse the suppositions. In extreme want, where frugality cannot preserve the greater number, the strict laws of justice are suspended for necessity and self-preservation. After shipwreck, who scruples to seize any means of safety without regard to former property limits? In a besieged city perishing with hunger, men will not lose their lives from scrupulous regard to equity. Justice procures happiness by preserving order. Where society is ready to perish, no greater evil is dreaded from violence. Each may provide by all means prudence dictates or humanity permits. The public, in less urgent necessities, opens granaries without proprietor's consent. A virtuous man fallen among ruffians remote from law must arm himself, seize whatever sword or buckler he can, and consult self-preservation alone. Regarded justice, useless to his safety or others, no longer merits his care. When a criminal renders himself obnoxious to the public, ordinary rules of justice are suspended momentarily. It becomes equitable to inflict on him, for society's benefit, what otherwise would be wrong. Public war is a suspension of justice among warring parties who perceive the virtue no longer useful. Laws of war succeed laws of equity as rules calculated for advantage in that state. A civilized nation against barbarians, observing no rules of war, must likewise suspend observance where they serve no purpose. Thus, rules of equity depend entirely on the particular state and condition of men, and owe origin and existence to utility resulting to the public from strict observance. Reverse circumstances considerably, extreme abundance or necessity, perfect moderation or perfect rapaciousness, and by rendering justice totally useless you destroy its essence and suspend its obligation. The common situation is a medium. We are partial to ourselves and friends, yet capable of learning advantage from more equitable conduct. Few enjoyments come from nature's open hand. By art, labor, and industry we extract them in abundance. Hence property becomes necessary in civil society. Hence justice derives usefulness to the public, and hence alone arises its merit and moral obligation. The Golden Age, inequality, and the growth of justice. Poets describing the Golden Age or Saturn's reign knew what they were about. Temperate seasons, rivers of wine and milk, spontaneous delicacies, and, more importantly, no avarice, ambition, cruelty, or selfishness. Only cordial affection and sympathy. The distinction of mine and thine banished along with property, obligation, justice, and injustice. This poetic fiction resembles the philosophical fiction of the state of nature. Only the former is the most charming, peaceable condition imaginable. The latter a state of mutual war, where power was the sole measure of right. Whether such a warlike condition ever existed may be doubted. Men are born at least in a family society. Yet if it were real, suspension of justice from absolute inutility would be a necessary consequence. Vary the view further, and the assigned origin appears more satisfactory. Were their creatures rational, but so inferior in strength that they could never resist us, we should be bound by humanity to gentle usage, but not properly under restraint of justice. They could possess no exclusive right or property. Our intercourse with them would not be society, which supposes equality, but absolute command and servile obedience. Whatever we covet, they must resign. Our permission is their only tenure. Compassion the only check on lawless will. This is plainly men's situation toward animals. Civilized Europeans, feeling superiority over barbarous Indians, threw off restraints of justice and even humanity. In many nations females are reduced to like slavery, yet charms and address commonly enable women to share rights and privileges. Were each individual self-sufficient and all society cut off by primary intention, a A solitary being would be as incapable of justice as of conversation. Where mutual forbearance serves no purpose, passion would meet no check from reflection on consequences. Suppose conjunction of the sexes established, a family arises, and rules requisite for subsistence are embraced though not extending to mankind. Several families uniting into one society totally disjoined from others in large rules preserving peace to that society's utmost extent. Then rules lose force one step farther. Distinct societies maintaining intercourse for mutual advantage enlarge justice's boundaries in proportion to men's views and connections. History, experience, and reason instruct us in this natural progress of sentiments and gradual enlargement of regards to justice in proportion as we become acquainted with its extensive utility. Particular laws of property and the artificial character of justice. Examine the particular laws by which justice is directed and property determined, and the same conclusion appears. The good of mankind is the only object of all these laws. Not only must possessions be separated for peace and interest, but the rules of separation are such as best serve society's interests further. A rational creature unacquainted with human nature might first assign largest possessions to most extensive virtue, a rule fitting a perfect theocracy where an infinitely intelligent being governs by particular volitions, but ruinous if mankind executed it. Merit's obscurity and self-conceit would dissolve society. Fanatics may suppose dominion founded on grace, and saints alone inherit the earth. The civil magistrate justly treats such theorists like common robbers. Religious fanatics of this kind appeared in England's civil wars. Levelers claiming equal distribution were political fanatics from the religious species. Nature is so liberal that equal division improved by art might give every individual necessities and most comforts. Departing from equality robs the poor of more satisfaction than it adds to the rich. Equality might seem useful and not altogether impracticable. Sparta, agrarian laws in Rome and Greece. Yet historians and common sense show perfect equality impracticable or pernicious. Different degrees of art, care, and industry immediately break it. Checking those virtues reduces society to extreme indigence. Rigorous inquisition and severe jurisdiction to punish inequality degenerate into tyranny. Destroying subordination weakens magistracy and reduces power nearly to a level with property. To establish laws regulating property, we must know man's nature and situation, reject false appearances, and search for rules most useful and beneficial on the whole. Vulgar sense and slight experience suffice where men are not too selfish or enthusiastic. Whatever is produced or improved by art or industry ought forever to be secured to encourage useful habits. Property should descend to children for the same purpose. It may be alienated by consent to beget beneficial commerce. Contracts and promises ought carefully to be fulfilled to secure mutual trust, promoting general interest. Writers on natural law, whatever principles they set out with, terminate in convenience and necessities of mankind. What other reason could assign why this must be mine and that yours? Uninstructed nature never made such distinction. Objects are foreign to us, disjoined and separated, and nothing but general interests of society forms the connection. Sometimes society requires a rule of justice, though several equally beneficial rules remain indeterminate. The slightest analogies then prevent perpetual dissension. Possession and first possession convey property where no prior claim exists. Lawyers' reasonings are often analogical, depending on slight connections of imagination. In extraordinary cases, we violate private property and sacrifice to public interest a distinction established for that interest's sake. The safety of the people is the supreme law. Sometimes both utility and analogy fail. Prescription must convey property, but reason alone cannot fix how many days or months suffice. Civil laws supply the natural code's place. Bills of exchange prescribe sooner than bonds. All questions of property are subordinate to civil laws, which extend, restrain, modify, and alter natural justice according to each community's convenience, with constant reference to constitution, manners, climate, religion, commerce, and situation. What is a man's property? Anything lawful for him alone to use. What rule distinguishes these objects? Statutes, customs, precedents, analogies, and countless circumstances, some constant, some variable, all professedly terminating in human society's interest and happiness. Without that consideration, laws of justice and property appear as whimsical as superstitions about meats, days, and consecrated buildings, Assyrian stars rather than taste pigeon. Thursday's fowl is lawful, Friday's abominable. Yesterday's earth profane, today's holy by muttered words. Reflection exposing superstition seems applicable to justice. Scrutinize property by sense and science, and no foundation appears for moral sentiment's difference between neighboring trees or magically rendered apparel. Yet there is a material difference. Superstition is frivolous, useless, burdensome. Justice is absolutely requisite to mankind's well-being and society's existence. Abstract that circumstance and property seems as groundless as vulgar superstition. Why should another's articulating consent change my actions toward an object, any more than a priest's liturgy dedicates brick and timber? These reflections, far from weakening justice, acquire new force. What stronger foundation than that human society could not subsist without it, and grows happier the more inviolable the regard paid? The dilemma is obvious. As justice promotes public utility, the sentiment of justice is either derived from reflecting on that tendency, or arises from a simple original instinct like hunger or resentment. If the latter, property must be distinguished by a simple instinct too. Yet who ever heard of such an instinct? Nature would need 10,000 different instincts about objects of greatest intricacy. Occupation, industry, prescription, inheritance, contract. Inheritance and contract are infinitely complicated. 100 volumes of laws and 1,000 of commentators scarcely define them. Does nature, whose instincts are simple, embrace such artificial objects without trusting reason? Positive laws transfer property. Do we recognize kings, senates, praetors, chancellors, and juries by original instinct? Judges' erroneous sentences must decisively determine property for peace and order. All birds of species build nests alike. Instinct. Men frame houses differently. Reason and custom. Comparing generations, instinct with property's institution yields the same inference. Municipal laws vary greatly, yet chief outlines concur. As all houses have roofs and walls, though diversified, purposes directed to human conveniency discover origin from reason and reflection. Property rules vary further from imagination's finer turns and law's subtleties, irreconcilable with original instincts. Education and habit alone might beget doubt. We blame injustice so mechanically that we seldom reflect on pernicious consequences. Familiar views escape us. Frequent performance continues without recalling first motives. Yet even in common life, we constantly appeal to public utility. What must become of the world if such practices prevail? Were separation of possessions entirely useless? Could it ever have obtained? Thus we attain knowledge of utility's force and what approbation reflections on public interest may produce. Justice's necessity to society is the sole foundation of that virtue. Since no excellence is more esteemed, usefulness has the strongest energy over our sentiments. It must therefore source considerable part of humanity's merit and sole source of approbation for fidelity, justice, veracity, and integrity, agreeable to philosophy and common reason, and to Newton's chief rule. Ascribe like energy in all similar instances where a principle has great force in one. Artificial virtue. Justice owes its being to conditions of scarcity, limited generosity, and social utility, not to an original instinct antecedent to convention. Suspension. Justice's rules depend on circumstance, abundance, universal benevolence, extreme necessity, outlaw society, war, and criminal punishment each alter or suspend obligation according to usefulness. Property rules. Particular laws of mine and thine serve public interest through occupation, industry, prescription, consent, and civil regulation, often by slight analogies where utility alone cannot fix a unique rule. Quote, reverse in any considerable circumstance the condition of men. Produce extreme abundance or extreme necessity. Implant in the human breast perfect moderation and humanity, or perfect rapaciousness and malice. By rendering justice totally useless, you thereby totally destroy its essence and suspend its obligation upon mankind. Quote, this poetical fiction of the Golden Age is in some respects of a piece with the philosophical fiction of the state of nature, only that the former is represented as the most charming and most peaceable condition, whereas the latter is painted out as a state of mutual war and violence. Even the punctilious distinction of mine and thine was banished from among the happy race of mortals, and carried with it the very notion of property and obligation, justice and injustice. Quote, justice, that the former is frivolous, useless, and burdensome. The latter is absolutely requisite to the well-being of mankind and existence of society. For what stronger foundation can be desired or conceived for any duty than to observe that human society, or even human nature, could not subsist without the establishment of it, and will still arrive at greater degrees of happiness and perfection, the more inviolable the regard is which is paid to that duty. Quote, the necessity of justice to the support of society is the sole foundation of that virtue. It is entirely agreeable to the rules of philosophy, and even of common reason, where any principle has been found to have a great force and energy in one instance, to ascribe to it a like energy in all similar instances. This indeed is Newton's chief rule of philosophizing. EPM Section 4 of Political Society. Had every man sufficient sagacity to perceive at all times the strong interest binding him to justice and equity, and strength of mind sufficient to persevere in steady adherence to a general and distant interest against present pleasure and advantage, there would never have been government or political society. Each man, following natural liberty, would live in peace with all others. What need of positive law where natural justice is itself a sufficient restraint? Why create magistrates where no disorder arises? Why abridge native freedom when its utmost exertion is innocent and beneficial? If government were totally useless, it never could have place. The sole foundation of the duty of allegiance is the advantage it procures to society by preserving peace and order among mankind. Nations, confederacies, and the reach of utility. When political societies maintain great intercourse, a new set of rules immediately proves useful and takes place as laws of nations. Sacredness of ambassadors' persons, abstaining from poisoned arms, quarter in war, and the like, plainly calculated for states' advantage in mutual dealings. Justice among individuals is not entirely suspended among political societies. Princes pretend regard to others' rights. Alliances and treaties daily made would be waste of parchment did experience not show them some authority. Yet kingdoms differ from persons. Human nature cannot subsist without association of individuals, and that association never could have place without regard to equity. Disorder and war of all against all would follow licentious conduct. Nations can subsist without intercourse, even under general war. Justice among them is useful, but not guarded by so strong a necessity. Moral obligation holds proportion with usefulness. Politicians and most philosophers allow that reasons of state may in emergencies dispense with justice and invalidate treaties prejudicial in considerable degree to contracting parties, though nothing less than extreme necessity justifies individuals in breach of promise or invasion of others' properties. In confederated commonwealths, Achaean Republic, Swiss cantons, United Provinces, the League's peculiar utility gives union conditions peculiar sacredness. Violating them is regarded as no less, or even more, criminal than private injustice. From allegiance to manners, utility extended by general rules. The long helpless infancy of man requires parent combination for subsistence of the young. That combination requires chastity or fidelity to the marriage bed, a virtue that, without such utility, would never have been thought of. Infidelity is more pernicious in women than men, hence stricter laws over one sex. Yet women past childbearing are not exempted, though rules refer to generation. General rules extend beyond the principle whence they arise, in taste and sentiment alike. A Paris story of a humpbacked stock jobber's desk illustrates that fortune does not make personal beauty handsome, though beauty arises from utility. Imagination is influenced by associations not easily altered by every exception. In chastity, example of the old would harm the young. Women foreseeing future liberty would advance indulgence and think lightly of duty requisite to society. Incest, being pernicious in superior degree, has superior turpitude annexed. Frequent opportunities of license within families would prevent purity were marriage allowed among nearest relations. Athenian law permitted marrying a half-sister by the father, but not the mother, because reserved manners shut stepmothers from approach as women of other families. At Rome, more open intercourse, different alliances were permitted. Public utility causes all such variations. Fidelity in conversation, letters, and repeated stories, even when no ill is foreseen, is blamed because free intercourse of minds would be checked without such rules. Pry into secrets, read others' letters, play spy on words and looks. What habits more inconvenient or blamable? This principle founds most laws of good manners, a lesser morality for ease of company. Constancy in friendships is commendable and requisite for trust. Yet in places of casual concourse, public conveniency dispenses with the maxim, indulging unreserved conversation for the time and privilege of dropping in different acquaintance afterward without breach of civility. Even robbers and pirates cannot maintain confederacy without distributive justice among themselves. Recalling equity, they violated with mankind. The Greek proverb hates a drinking companion who never forgets. Last debauch's folly should be buried to give scope to the next. Where immoral gallantry is authorized by custom, rules arise for its conveniency. Provinces' parliament of love decided difficult cases. Play societies require conduct laws differing per game. Their foundation is frivolous and laws largely capricious. Unlike justice, fidelity, and loyalty, since general human societies are absolutely requisite for species subsistence, and public conveniency regulating morals is inviolably established in nature. Men cannot pass on the road without rules. Wagoners and coachmen give way by mutual ease, sometimes by capricious analogy, like lawyers' reasonings. Even murder requires statutes, maxims, ideas of justice and honor. War has laws, and sport of war among wrestlers and boxers is regulated by fixed principles. Common interest and utility beget infallibly a standard of right and wrong among parties concerned. Government, magistracy, and allegiance arise only because limited sagacity and strength of mind cannot make natural justice a sufficient restraint in every instance. Laws of nations. International justice is real, but weaker than domestic. Obligation tracks usefulness, and reasons of state may dispense with treaties more readily than private faith. Quote, "It is evident that if government were totally useless, it never could have place, and that the sole foundation of the duty of allegiance is the advantage which it procures to society by preserving peace and order among mankind." Quote, "Human nature cannot by any means subsist without the association of individuals, but nations can subsist without intercourse. The observance of justice, though useful among them, is not guarded by so strong a necessity as among individuals, and the moral obligation holds proportion with the usefulness." Quote, "Robbers and pirates," it has often been remarked, could not maintain their pernicious confederacy did they not establish a distributive justice among themselves and recall those laws of equity which they have violated with the rest of mankind. EPM Section 5. Why utility pleases. It seems so natural a thought to ascribe to their utility the praise which we bestow on the social virtues, that one would expect to meet with this principle everywhere in moral writers as the chief foundation of their reasoning. In common life, we may observe that the circumstance of utility is always appealed to, nor is it supposed that a greater eulogy can be given to any man than to display his usefulness to the public and enumerate the services which he has performed to mankind. What praise, even of an inanimate form, if the regularity and elegance of its parts destroy not its fitness for any useful purpose? And how satisfactory an apology for any disproportion or seeming deformity, if we can show the necessity of that particular construction for the use intended. A ship appears more beautiful to an artist or one moderately skilled in navigation, where its prow is wide and swelling beyond its poop, than if it were framed with a precise geometrical regularity, in contradiction to all the laws of mechanics. Utility acknowledged, yet its mechanism resisted. What wonder, then, that a man whose habits and conduct are hurtful to society should, on that account, be an object of disapprobation, and communicate to every spectator the strongest sentiment of disgust and hatred. But perhaps the difficulty of accounting for these effects of usefulness, or its contrary, has kept philosophers from admitting them into their systems of ethics, and has induced them rather to employ any other principle in explaining the origin of moral good and evil. For my part, I see no just reason for rejecting any principle confirmed by experience, because we cannot give a satisfactory account of its origin, nor are able to resolve it into other more general principles. And if we would employ a little thought on the present subject, we need be at no loss to account for the influence of utility, and to deduce it from principles the most known and avowed in human nature. From the apparent usefulness of the social virtues, it has readily been inferred by skeptics, both ancient and modern, that all moral distinctions arise from education, and were at first invented, and afterwards encouraged by the art of politicians, in order to render men tractable and subdue their natural ferocity and selfishness. This principle, indeed, of precept and education must so far be owned to have a powerful influence, that it may frequently increase or diminish, beyond their natural standard, the sentiments of approbation or dislike, and may even, in particular instances, create, without any natural principle, a new sentiment of this kind, as is evident in all superstitious practices and observances. But that all moral affection or dislike arises from this origin will never surely be allowed by any judicious inquirer. Had nature made no such distinction, founded on the original constitution of the mind, the words honorable and shameful, lovely and odious, noble and despicable, had never had place in any language, nor could politicians, had they invented these terms, ever have been able to render them intelligible, or make them convey any idea to the audience. The social virtues must, therefore, be allowed to have a natural beauty and amiableness, which at first, antecedent to all precept or education, recommends them to the esteem of uninstructed mankind, and engages their affections. And as the public utility of these virtues is the chief circumstance whence they derive their merit, it follows that the end which they have a tendency to promote must be some way agreeable to us, and take hold of some natural affection. It must please, either from considerations of self-interest or from more generous motives and regards. The selfish theory and its refutation. It has often been asserted that, as every man has a strong connection with society and perceives the impossibility of his solitary subsistence, he becomes, on that account, favorable to all those habits or principles which promote order in society. As much as we value our own happiness and welfare, as much must we applaud the practice of justice and humanity, by which alone the social confederacy can be maintained, and every man reap the fruits of mutual protection and assistance. This deduction of morals from self-love, or regard to private interest, is an obvious thought, and has not arisen wholly from the wanton sallies and sportive assaults of the skeptics. To mention no others, Polybius, one of the gravest and most judicious, as well as most moral writers of antiquity, has assigned this selfish origin to all our sentiments of virtue. But though the solid practical sense of that author, and his aversion to all vain subtleties, render his authority on the present subject very considerable, yet is not this an affair to be decided by authority, and the voice of nature and experience seems plainly to oppose the selfish theory. We frequently bestow praise on virtuous actions performed in very distant ages and remote countries, where the utmost subtlety of imagination would not discover any appearance of self-interest or find any connection of our present happiness and security with events so widely separated from us. A generous, a brave, a noble deed performed by an adversary commands our approbation, while it may be acknowledged prejudicial to our particular interest. Where private advantage concurs with general affection for virtue, we readily perceive and avow the mixture of these distinct sentiments, which have a very different feeling and influence on the mind. We praise, perhaps, with more alacrity, where the generous, humane action contributes to our particular interest, but the topics of praise which we insist on are very wide of this circumstance, and we may attempt to bring over others to our sentiments, without endeavoring to convince them that they reap any advantage from the actions which we recommend to their approbation and applause. Frame the model of a praiseworthy character, consisting of all the most amiable moral virtues. Give instances in which these display themselves after an eminent and extraordinary manner. You readily engage the esteem and approbation of all your audience, who never so much as inquire in what age and country the person lived who possessed these noble qualities. A circumstance, however, of all others the most material to self-love, or concern for our own individual happiness. Once on a time, a statesman, in the shock and contest of parties, prevailed so far as to procure, by his eloquence, the banishment of an able adversary, whom he secretly followed, offering him money for his support during his exile, and soothing him with topics of consolation in his misfortunes. Alas, cries the banished statesman, with what regret must I leave my friends in this city, where even enemies are so generous. Virtue, though in an enemy, here pleased him, and we also give it the just tribute of praise and approbation. Nor do we retract these sentiments when we hear that the action passed at Athens about 2,000 years ago, and that the persons' names were Aeschines and Demosthenes. What is that to me? There are few occasions when this question is not pertinent, and had it that universal, infallible influence supposed, it would turn into ridicule every composition and almost every conversation which contain any praise or censure of men and manners. It is but a weak subterfuge, when pressed by these facts and arguments, to say that we transport ourselves, by the force of imagination, into distant ages and countries, and consider the advantage which we should have reaped from these characters, had we been contemporaries, and had any commerce with the persons. It is not conceivable how a real sentiment or passion can ever arise from a known imaginary interest, especially when our real interest is still kept in view, and is often acknowledged to be entirely distinct from the imaginary, and even sometimes opposite to it. Usefulness is agreeable and engages our approbation. This is a matter of fact, confirmed by daily observation. But useful? For what? For somebody's interest, surely. Whose interest, then? Not our own only, for our approbation frequently extends farther. It must, therefore, be the interest of those who are served by the character or action approved of, and these we may conclude, however remote, are not totally indifferent to us. By opening up this principle, we shall discover one great source of moral distinctions: humanity, sympathy, and the public affection. Self-love is a principle in human nature of such extensive energy, and the interest of each individual is, in general, so closely connected with that of the community, that those philosophers were excusable who fancied that all our concern for the public might be resolved into a concern for our own happiness and preservation. But notwithstanding this frequent confusion of interests, it is easy to attain what natural philosophers, after Lord Bacon, have affected to call the experimentum crucis, or that experiment which points out the right way in any doubt or ambiguity. We have found instances in which private interest was separate from public, in which it was even contrary, and yet we observe the moral sentiment to continue, notwithstanding this disjunction of interests. And wherever these distinct interests sensibly concurred, we always found a sensible increase of the sentiment, and a more warm affection to virtue and detestation of vice, or what we properly call gratitude and revenge. Compelled by these instances, we must renounce the theory which accounts for every moral sentiment by the principle of self-love. We must adopt a more public affection and allow that the interests of society are not, even on their own account, entirely indifferent to us. Sympathy, the communication of pleasure and uneasiness from the countenance and condition of others, the mechanism by which utility, though not always referred as self, engages approbation. Have we any difficulty to comprehend the force of humanity and benevolence? Or to conceive that the very aspect of happiness, joy, prosperity, gives pleasure, that of pain, suffering, sorrow, communicates uneasiness? The human countenance, says Horace, borrows smiles or tears from the human countenance. Reduce a person to solitude, and he loses all enjoyment, except either of the sensual or speculative kind, and that because the movements of his heart are not forwarded by correspondent movements in his fellow creatures. The signs of sorrow and mourning, though arbitrary, affect us with melancholy, but the natural symptoms, tears and cries and groans, never fail to infuse compassion and uneasiness. And if the effects of misery touch us in so lively a manner, can we be supposed altogether insensible or indifferent towards its causes, when a malicious or treacherous character and behavior are presented to us? We enter, I shall suppose, into a convenient, warm, well-contrived apartment. We necessarily receive a pleasure from its very survey, because it presents us with the pleasing ideas of ease, satisfaction, and enjoyment. The hospitable, good-humored, humane landlord appears, and we cannot easily forbear reflecting, with pleasure, on the satisfaction which results to every one from his intercourse in good offices. His whole family, by the freedom, ease, confidence, and calm enjoyment diffused over their countenances, sufficiently express their happiness. I have a pleasing sympathy in the prospect of so much joy. He tells me that an oppressive and powerful neighbor had attempted to dispossess him of his inheritance. I feel an immediate indignation arise against such violence and injury. But it is no wonder, he adds, that a private wrong should proceed from a man who had enslaved provinces, depopulated cities, and made the field and scaffold stream with human blood. I am struck with horror at the prospect of so much misery, and am actuated by the strongest antipathy against its author. In general, it is certain that wherever we go, whatever we reflect on or converse about, everything still presents us with a view of human happiness or misery, and excites in our breast a sympathetic movement of pleasure or uneasiness. A man who enters the theater is immediately struck with the view of so great a multitude participating of one common amusement, and experiences, from their very aspect, a superior sensibility or disposition of being affected with every sentiment which he shares with his fellow creatures. Every movement of the theater, by a skillful poet, is communicated, as it were by magic, to the spectators, who weep, tremble, resent, rejoice, and are inflamed with all the variety of passions which actuate the several personages of the drama. Where their sufferings proceed from the treachery, cruelty, or tyranny of an enemy, our breasts are affected with the liveliest resentment against the author of these calamities. The perusal of a history seems a calm entertainment, but would be no entertainment at all did not our hearts beat with correspondent movements to those which are described by the historian. The deep distress of a numerous Athenian army before Syracuse, the danger which so nearly threatens Venice, these excite compassion, these move terror and anxiety. While Suetonius coldly relates the facts of Nero or Tiberius, Tacitus sets before our eyes the venerable figures of a Serenus and a Thracia, intrepid in their fate, and only moved by the melting sorrows of their friends and kindred. What sympathy, then, touches every human heart? What indignation against the tyrant, whose causeless fear or unprovoked malice gave rise to such detestable barbarity? If any man from a cold insensibility or narrow selfishness of temper, is unaffected with the images of human happiness or misery, he must be equally indifferent to the images of vice and virtue. In this particular, though great superiority is observable of one man above another, yet none are so entirely indifferent to the interest of their fellow creatures as to perceive no distinctions of moral good and evil in consequence of the different tendencies of actions and principles. Would any man, who is walking along, tread as willingly on another's gouty toes, whom he has no quarrel with, as on the hard flint and pavement? There is here surely a difference in the case. We surely take into consideration the happiness and misery of others, in weighing the several motives of action, and incline to the former, where no private regards draw us to seek our own promotion or advantage by the injury of our fellow creatures. Sympathy, we shall allow, is much fainter than our concern for ourselves, and sympathy with persons remote from us much fainter than that with persons near and contiguous. But for this very reason it is necessary for us, in our calm judgments and discourse concerning the characters of men, to neglect all these differences and render our sentiments more public and social. The intercourse of sentiments in society and conversation makes us form some general unalterable standard, by which we may approve or disapprove of characters and manners. Thus, in whatever light we take this subject, the merit ascribed to the social virtues appears still uniform, and arises chiefly from that regard which the natural sentiment of benevolence engages us to pay to the interests of mankind and society. Quote, "What is that to me? There are few occasions when this question is not pertinent, and had it that universal, infallible influence supposed, it would turn into ridicule every composition and almost every conversation which contain any praise or censure of men and manners." Quote, "Virtue, placed at such a distance, is like a fixed star, which, though to the eye of reason it may appear as luminous as the sun in his meridian, is so infinitely removed as to affect the senses, neither with light nor heat. Bring this virtue nearer, by our acquaintance or connection with the persons, or even by an eloquent recital of the case. Our hearts are immediately caught, our sympathy enlivened, and our cool approbation converted into the warmest sentiments of friendship and regard. EPM Section 6, of qualities useful to ourselves. It seems evident that where a quality or habit is subjected to our examination, if it appear in any respect prejudicial to the person possessed of it, or such as incapacitates him for business and action, it is instantly blamed and ranked among his faults and imperfections. Indolence, negligence, want of order and method, obstinacy, fickleness, rashness, credulity, these qualities were never esteemed by anyone indifferent to a character, much less extolled as accomplishments or virtues. The prejudice resulting from them immediately strikes our eye, and gives us the sentiment of pain and disapprobation. The medium of virtue and the spectator's regard. No quality, it is allowed, is absolutely either blamable or praiseworthy. It is all according to its degree. A due medium, says the Peripatetics, is the characteristic of virtue. But this medium is chiefly determined by utility. A proper celerity and dispatch in business is commendable. When defective, no progress is ever made in the execution of any purpose. When excessive, it engages us in precipitate and ill-concerted measures and enterprises. By such reasonings we fix the proper and commendable mediocrity in all moral and prudential disquisitions, and never lose view of the advantages which result from any character or habit. Now, as these advantages are enjoyed by the person possessed of the character, it can never be self-love which renders the prospect of them agreeable to us, the spectators, and prompts our esteem and approbation. No force of imagination can convert us into another person and make us fancy that we, being that person, reap benefit from those valuable qualities which belong to him. All suspicion, therefore, of selfish regards is here totally excluded. It is a quite different principle which actuates our bosom and interests us in the felicity of the person whom we contemplate. Whereas natural talents and acquired abilities give us the prospect of elevation, advancement, a figure in life, prosperous success, a steady command over fortune, and the execution of great or advantageous undertakings, we are struck with such agreeable images and feel a complacency and regard immediately arise towards him. The ideas of happiness, joy, triumph, prosperity are connected with every circumstance of his character and diffuse over our minds a pleasing sentiment of sympathy and humanity. Let us suppose a person originally framed so as to have no manner of concern for his fellow creatures, but to regard the happiness and misery of all sensible beings with greater indifference than even two contiguous shades of the same color. Such a person would look on every quality, however pernicious or however beneficial to society or to its possessor, with the same indifference as on the most common and uninteresting object. But if, instead of this fancied monster, we suppose a man to form a judgment or determination in the case, there is to him a plain foundation of preference, and this distinction is the same in all its parts with the moral distinction whose foundation has been so often and so much in vain inquired after. Discretion, industry, frugality, and strength of mind. The quality most necessary for the execution of any useful enterprise is discretion, by which we carry on a safe intercourse with others, give due attention to our own and to their character, weigh each circumstance of the business which we undertake, and employ the surest and safest means for the attainment of any end or purpose. To a Cromwell, perhaps, or a de Retz, discretion may appear an alderman-like virtue, as Dr. Swift calls it, and being incompatible with those vast designs to which their courage and ambition prompted them, it might really, in them, be a fault or imperfection. But in the conduct of ordinary life, no virtue is more requisite, not only to obtain success, but to avoid the most fatal miscarriages and disappointments. The greatest parts without it, as observed by an elegant writer, may be fatal to their owner, as Polyphemus, deprived of his eye, was only the more exposed on account of his enormous strength and stature. The best character, indeed, were it not rather too perfect for human nature, is that which is not swayed by temper of any kind, but alternately employs enterprise and caution, as each is useful to the particular purpose intended. Such is the excellence which Saint Evremond describes to Mareschal Turin, who displayed every campaign, as he grew older, more temerity in his military enterprises. Fabius, says Machiavel, was cautious, Scipio enterprising, and both succeeded because the situation of the Roman affairs, during the command of each, was peculiarly adapted to his genius, but both would have failed had these situations been reversed. He is happy whose circumstances suit his temper, but he is more excellent who can suit his temper to any circumstances. What need is there to display the praises of industry, and to extol its advantages in the acquisition of power and riches, or in raising what we call fortune in the world? The tortoise, according to the fable, by his perseverance, gained the race of the hare, though possessed of much superior swiftness. A man's time, when well husbanded, is like a cultivated field, of which a few acres produce more of what is useful to life than extensive provinces, even of the richest soil, when overrun with weeds and brambles. But all prospect of success in life, or even of tolerable subsistence, must fail where a reasonable frugality is wanting. The one extreme of frugality is avarice, which, as it both deprives a man of all use of his riches and checks hospitality and every social enjoyment, is justly censured on a double account. Prodigality, the other extreme, is commonly more hurtful to a man himself. All men, it is allowed, are equally desirous of happiness, but few are successful in the pursuit. One considerable cause is the want of strength of mind, which might enable them to resist the temptation of present ease or pleasure and carry them forward in the search of more distant profit and enjoyment. Our affections, on a general prospect of their objects, form certain rules of conduct and certain measures of preference of one above another. And these decisions, though really the result of our calm passions and propensities, are yet said, by a natural abuse of terms, to be the determinations of pure reason and reflection. But when some of these objects approach nearer to us, or acquire the advantages of favorable lights and positions which catch the heart or imagination, our general resolutions are frequently confounded, a small enjoyment preferred, and lasting shame and sorrow entailed upon us. A man of a strong and determined temper adheres tenaciously to his general resolutions, and is neither seduced by the allurements of pleasure nor terrified by the menaces of pain, but keeps still in view those distant pursuits by which he, at once, ensures his happiness and his honor. Discretion, the weighing of circumstances, characters, and means. In ordinary life, the indispensable guard against fatal miscarriage, whatever ambition may think of it in heroes. Business, books, conversation. For all of these a fool is totally incapacitated, and except condemned by a station to the coarsest drudgery, remains a useless burthen upon the earth. Accordingly, it is found that men are extremely jealous of their character in this particular, and many instances are seen of profligacy and treachery, the most avowed and unreserved, none of bearing patiently the imputation of ignorance and stupidity. When it is asked whether a quick or a slow apprehension be most valuable, whether a clear head or a copious invention, we can answer none of these questions without considering which of those qualities capacitates a man best for the world, and carries him farthest in any undertaking. Custom, skepticism, and the catalogue of private virtues. Particular customs and manners alter the usefulness of qualities. They also alter their merit. In this kingdom, such continued ostentation of late years has prevailed among men in active life with regard to public spirit, and among those in speculative with regard to benevolence, that men of the world are apt, without any bad intention, to discover a sullen incredulity on the head of those moral endowments. But surely this peevish delicacy can never be carried so far as to make us deny the existence of every species of merit. Besides discretion, caution, enterprise, industry, assiduity, prudence, frugality, economy, good sense, discernment. Besides these endowments, whose very names force an avowal of their merit, there are many others to which the most determined skepticism cannot for a moment refuse the tribute of praise and approbation. Temperance, sobriety, patience, perseverance, constancy, forethought, secrecy, insinuation, address, presence of mind, quickness of conception, facility of expression, as their merit consists in their tendency to serve the person possessed of them, without any magnificent claim to public and social desert, we are the less jealous of their pretensions and readily admit them into the catalogue of laudable qualities. We are not sensible that, by this concession, we have paved the way for all the other moral excellencies, and cannot consistently hesitate any longer with regard to justice and disinterested benevolence, patriotism, and humanity. Qualities which tend only to the utility of their possessor, without any reference to us or to the community, are yet esteemed and valued. By what theory or system can we account for this sentiment from self-love? There seems here a necessity for confessing that the happiness and misery of others are not spectacles entirely indifferent to us, but that the view of the former, whether in its causes or effects, like sunshine or the prospect of well-cultivated plains, communicates a secret joy and satisfaction. The appearance of the latter, like a lowering cloud or barren landscape, throws a melancholy damp over the imagination. Fortune, riches, and the body. It may not be improper, in this place, to examine the influence of bodily endowments and of the goods of fortune over our sentiments of regard and esteem. It is evident that one considerable source of beauty in all animals is the advantage which they reap from the particular structure of their limbs and members, suitably to the particular manner of life to which they are by nature destined. Broad shoulders, a lank belly, firm joints, taper legs, all these are beautiful in our species because signs of force and vigor. Ideas of utility and its contrary, though they do not entirely determine what is handsome or deformed, are evidently the source of a considerable part of approbation or dislike. Let us examine any hypothesis by which we can account for the regard paid to the rich and powerful. We shall find none satisfactory, but that which derives it from the enjoyment communicated to the spectator by the images of prosperity, happiness, ease, plenty, authority, and the gratification of every appetite. Self-love is plainly insufficient for this purpose. Where no goodwill or friendship appears, it is difficult to conceive on what we can found our hope of advantage from the riches of others. Though we naturally respect the rich, even before they discover any such favorable disposition towards us, we are affected with the same sentiments when we lie so much out of the sphere of their activity that they cannot even be supposed to possess the power of serving us. A prisoner of war, in all civilized nations, is treated with a regard suited to his condition, and riches, it is evident, go far towards fixing the condition of any person. When we approach a man who is, as we say, at his ease, we are presented with the pleasing ideas of plenty, satisfaction, cleanliness, warmth, a cheerful house, elegant furniture, ready service, and whatever is desirable in meat, drink, or apparel. On the contrary, when a poor man appears, the disagreeable images of want, penury, hard labor, dirty furniture, coarse or ragged clothes, nauseous meat, and distasteful liquor immediately strike our fancy. What else do we mean by saying that one is rich, the other poor? And as regard or contempt is the natural consequence of those different situations in life, it is easily seen what additional light and evidence this throws on our preceding theory with regard to all moral distinctions. Quote, "No force of imagination can convert us into another person and make us fancy that we, being that person, reap benefit from those valuable qualities which belong to him. Or if it did, no celerity of imagination could immediately transport us back into ourselves and make us love and esteem the person as different from us." Quote, "A man's time, when well husbanded, is like a cultivated field, of which a few acres produce more of what is useful to life than extensive provinces, even of the richest soil, when overrun with weeds and brambles." EPM Section 7 of qualities immediately agreeable to ourselves. Whoever has passed an evening with serious melancholy people, and has observed how suddenly the conversation was animated, and what sprightliness diffused itself over the countenance, discourse, and behavior of every one, on the accession of a good-humored, lively companion, will easily allow that cheerfulness carries great merit with it, and naturally conciliates the good-will of mankind. No quality, indeed, more readily communicates itself to all around, because no one has a greater propensity to display itself in jovial talk and pleasant entertainment. The flame spreads through the whole circle, and the most sullen and morose are often caught by it. That the melancholy hate the merry, even though Horace says it, I have some difficulty to allow, because I have always observed that, where the jollity is moderate and decent, serious people are so much the more delighted, as it dissipates the gloom with which they are commonly oppressed, and gives them an unusual enjoyment. Cheerfulness, greatness of mind, and mayonnaise. From this influence of cheerfulness, both to communicate itself and to engage approbation, we may perceive that there is another set of mental qualities which, without any utility or any tendency to farther good, either of the community or of the possessor, diffuse a satisfaction on the beholders and procure friendship and regard. Their immediate sensation to the person possessed of them is agreeable. Others enter into the same humor and catch the sentiment by contagion or natural sympathy. And as we cannot forbear loving whatever pleases, a kindly emotion arises towards the person who communicates so much satisfaction. Few men would envy the character which Caesar gives of Cassius, one who loves no play, hears no music, seldom smiles, and smiles in such a sort as if he mocked himself. Not only such men, as Caesar adds, are commonly dangerous, but also, having little enjoyment within themselves, they can never become agreeable to others, or contribute to social entertainment. Who is not struck with any signal instance of greatness of mind or dignity of character, with elevation of sentiment, disdain of slavery, and with that noble pride and spirit which arises from conscious virtue? The sublime, says Longinus, is often nothing but the echo or image of magnanimity, and where this quality appears in anyone, even though a syllable be not uttered, it excites our applause and admiration. Were I Alexander, said Parmenio, I would accept of these offers made by Darius. So would I too, replied Alexander, were I Parmenio. When Phocion, the modest, the gentle Phocion, was led to execution, he turned to one of his fellow sufferers, who was lamenting his own hard fate. Is it not glory enough for you, says he, that you die with Phocion? We never excuse the absolute want of spirit and dignity of character, or a proper sense of what is due to one's self in society and the common intercourse of life. This vice constitutes what we properly call meanness. When a man can submit to the basest slavery in order to gain his ends, fawn upon those who abuse him, and degrade himself by intimacies and familiarities with undeserving inferiors. A certain degree of generous pride or self-value is so requisite that the absence of it in the mind displeases, after the same manner as the want of a nose, eye, or any of the most material feature of the face or member of the body. Courage, benevolence, and the limits of utility. The utility of courage, both to the public and to the person possessed of it, is an obvious foundation of merit. But to anyone who duly considers of the matter, it will appear that this quality has a peculiar luster, which it derives wholly from itself, and from that noble elevation inseparable from it. Its figure, drawn by painters and by poets, displays, in each feature, a sublimity and daring confidence, which catches the eye, engages the affections, and diffuses by sympathy a like sublimity of sentiment over every spectator. The martial temper of the Romans had raised their esteem of courage so high that, in their language, it was called virtue by way of excellence and of distinction from all other moral qualities. The merit of benevolence, arising from its utility and its tendency to promote the good of mankind, has been already explained, and is, no doubt, the source of a considerable part of that esteem which is so universally paid to it. But it will also be allowed that the very softness and tenderness of the sentiment, its engaging endearments, its fond expressions, its delicate attentions, and all that flow of mutual confidence and regard which enters into a warm attachment of love and friendship. It will be allowed, I say, that these feelings, being delightful in themselves, are necessarily communicated to the spectators, and melt them into the same fondness and delicacy. The tear naturally starts in our eye on the apprehension of a warm sentiment of this nature, as a certain proof that the whole merit of benevolence is not derived from its usefulness. We may observe that, in a kind way of blame, we say a person is too good, when he exceeds his part in society, and carries his attention for others beyond the proper bounds. In like manner we say a man is too high-spirited, too intrepid, too indifferent about fortune, reproaches which really, at bottom, imply more esteem than many panegyrics. The excessive bravery and resolute inflexibility of Charles the Ixth ruined his own country and infested all his neighbors, but have such splendor and greatness in their appearance as strikes us with admiration. It is observable that the great charm of poetry consists in lively pictures of the sublime passions, magnanimity, courage, disdain of fortune, or those of the tender affections, love and friendship, which warm the heart and diffuse over it similar sentiments and emotions. And can it possibly be doubted that this talent itself of poets, to move the passions, this pathetic and sublime of sentiment, is a very considerable merit? These are some instances of the several species of merit that are valued for the immediate pleasure which they communicate to the person possessed of them. No views of utility or of future beneficial consequences enter into this sentiment of approbation. Yet is it of a kind similar to that other sentiment which arises from views of a public or private utility. The same social sympathy we may observe, or fellow feeling with human happiness or misery, gives rise to both. Quote, from this influence of cheerfulness, both to communicate itself and to engage approbation, we may perceive that there is another set of mental qualities, which, without any utility or any tendency to farther good, either of the community or of the possessor, diffuse a satisfaction on the beholders and procure friendship and regard. Quote, "So would I too," replied Alexander, "were I Parmenio." "This saying is admirable," says Longinus, from a like principle. EPM Section 8, of qualities immediately agreeable to others. As the mutual shocks in society and the oppositions of interest and self-love have constrained mankind to establish the laws of justice in order to preserve the advantages of mutual assistance and protection, in like manner, the eternal contrarieties and company of men's pride and self-conceit have introduced the rules of good manners or politeness in order to facilitate the intercourse of minds and an undisturbed commerce and conversation. Among well-bred people, a mutual deference is affected, contempt of others disguised, authority concealed, attention given to each in his turn, and an easy stream of conversation maintained, without vehemence, without interruption, without eagerness for victory, and without any airs of superiority. These attentions and regards are immediately agreeable to others, abstracted from any consideration of utility or beneficial tendencies. They conciliate affection, promote esteem, and extremely enhance the merit of the person who regulates his behavior by them. Wit, conversation, and modesty. In order to render a man perfect good company, he must have wit and ingenuity as well as good manners. What wit is, it may not be easy to define, but it is easy surely to determine that it is a quality immediately agreeable to others and communicating, on its first appearance, a joy and satisfaction to every one who has any comprehension of it. In countries where men pass most of their time in conversation, visits, and assemblies, these companionable qualities, so to speak, are of high estimation and form a chief part of personal merit. In countries where men live a more domestic life and either are employed in business or amuse themselves in a narrower circle of acquaintance, the more solid qualities are chiefly regarded. Thus, I have often observed that, among the French, the first questions with regard to a stranger are, "Is he polite? Has he wit?" In our own country, the chief praise bestowed is always that of a good-natured, sensible fellow. In conversation, the lively spirit of dialogue is agreeable, even to those who desire not to have any share in the discourse. Hence the teller of long stories, or the pompous declaimer, is very little approved of. Eloquence, genius of all kinds, even good sense and sound reasoning, when it rises to an eminent degree and is employed upon subjects of any considerable dignity and nice discernment, all these endowments seem immediately agreeable and have a merit distinct from their usefulness. Rarity, likewise, which so much enhances the price of everything, must set an additional value on these noble talents of the human mind. Modesty may be understood in different senses, even abstracted from chastity. Its most usual meaning is when it is opposed to impudence and arrogance, and expresses a diffidence of our own judgment and a due attention and regard for others. In young men, chiefly this quality is a sure sign of good sense, and is also the certain means of augmenting that endowment by preserving their ears open to instruction. But it has a further charm to every spectator, by flattering every man's vanity and presenting the appearance of a docile pupil who receives, with proper attention and respect, every word they utter. Men have, in general, a much greater propensity to overvalue than undervalue themselves, and this makes us more jealous of the excess on the former side, and causes us to regard, with a peculiar indulgence, all tendency to modesty and self-diffidence. Vanity, decency, and what taste alone can judge, a desire of fame, reputation, or a character with others, is so far from being blamable that it seems inseparable from virtue, genius, capacity, and a generous or noble disposition. Wherein, then, consists vanity, which is so justly regarded as a fault or imperfection? It seems to consist chiefly in such an intemperate display of our advantages, honors, and accomplishments, in such an importunate and open demand of praise and admiration, as is offensive to others, and encroaches too far on their secret vanity and ambition. Decency, or a proper regard to age, sex, character, and station in the world, may be ranked among the qualities which are immediately agreeable to others. An effeminate behavior in a man, of a rough manner in a woman. These are ugly because unsuitable to each character and different from the qualities which we expect in the sexes. It is as if a tragedy abounded in comic beauties or a comedy in tragic. Among the other virtues, we may also give cleanliness a place, since it naturally renders us agreeable to others and is no inconsiderable source of love and affection. No one will deny that a negligence in this particular is a fault, and as faults are nothing but smaller vices, and this fault can have no other origin than the uneasy sensation which it excites in others, we may, in this instance, seemingly so trivial, clearly discover the origin of moral distinctions, about which the learned have involved themselves in such mazes of perplexity and error. But besides all the agreeable qualities, the origin of whose beauty we can, in some degree, explain and account for, there still remains something mysterious and inexplicable, which conveys an immediate satisfaction to the spectator. But how, or why, or for what reason, he cannot pretend to determine. There is a manner, a grace, an ease, a genteelness, and I know not what, which some men possess above others, which is very different from external beauty and comeliness, and which, however, catches our affection almost as suddenly and powerfully. This class of accomplishments must be trusted entirely to the blind, but sure testimony of taste and sentiment, and must be considered as a part of ethics, left by nature to baffle all the pride of philosophy, and make her sensible of her narrow boundaries and slender acquisitions. Quote, among well-bred people, a mutual deference is affected, contempt of others disguised, authority concealed, attention given to each in his turn, and an easy stream of conversation maintained, without vehemence, without interruption, without eagerness for victory, and without any airs of superiority. Quote, there is a manner, a grace, an ease, a genteelness, and I know not what, which some men possess above others, which is very different from external beauty and comeliness, and which, however, catches our affection almost as suddenly and powerfully. EPM Section 9, Conclusion. Personal merit in common life. It may justly appear surprising that any man in so late an age should find it requisite to prove, by elaborate reasoning, that personal merit consists altogether in the possession of mental qualities useful or agreeable to the person himself or to others. Whatever is valuable in any kind so naturally classes itself under the division of useful or agreeable, the utile or the dulce, that it is not easy to imagine why we should ever seek further. And as everything useful or agreeable must possess these qualities with regard either to the person himself or to others, the complete delineation of merit seems to be performed as naturally as a shadow is cast by the sun. It seems a reasonable presumption that systems and hypotheses have perverted our natural understanding when a theory so simple and obvious could so long have escaped the most elaborate examination. In common life, however, these principles are still implicitly maintained. We observe men in every intercourse of business or pleasure, in every discourse and conversation, and find them nowhere, except the schools, at any loss upon this subject. Hume stages a dialogue about Cleanthes. One speaker praises his honor and humanity, another his legal application and penetration, a third his wit and genteel conversation, a fourth his cheerfulness and greatness of mind under trials. Each gives a stroke of the pencil to his figure. Unawares they exceed all the pictures drawn by Gratian or Castiglione. A philosopher might select this character as a model of perfect virtue. As every quality useful or agreeable to ourselves or others is allowed a part of personal merit in common life, no other will ever be received where men judge by natural, unprejudiced reason, without the delusive glosses of superstition and false religion. Celibacy, fasting, penance, mortification, self-denial, humility, silence, solitude, and the whole train of monkish virtues are everywhere rejected by men of sense because they serve no manner of purpose, neither advance fortune, nor render a man a more valuable member of society, nor qualify him for company, nor increase self-enjoyment. We observe that they cross all these desirable ends, stupefy the understanding, harden the heart, obscure the fancy, and sour the temper. The present theory happily enters not into that vulgar dispute concerning the degrees of benevolence or self-love prevailing in human nature, a dispute never likely to have issue, since the phenomena on either side are so dispersed, uncertain, and subject to interpretation. It is sufficient if we allow, what surely cannot be disputed without absurdity, that there is some benevolence infused into our bosom, some spark of friendship for humankind, some particle of the dove kneaded into our frame, along with the elements of the wolf and serpent. Let these generous sentiments be ever so weak. Let them be insufficient to move even a hand or finger of our body. They must still direct the determinations of our mind, and where everything else is equal, produce a cool preference of what is useful and serviceable to mankind above what is pernicious and dangerous. A moral distinction therefore immediately arises, a general sentiment of blame and approbation. Humanity as moral foundation, avarice, ambition, vanity, and passions vulgarly comprised under self-love are excluded not because too weak, but because they lack proper direction. Morals imply a sentiment common to mankind, recommending the same object to general approbation and extending to the conduct of persons most remote. When a man denominates another his enemy, rival, antagonist, or adversary, he speaks the language of self-love and expresses sentiments peculiar to himself. But when he bestows the epithets vicious, odious, or depraved, he speaks another language and expects all his audience to concur. He must depart from his private situation, choose a point of view common to him with others, move some universal principle of the human frame, and touch a string to which all mankind have a chord and symphony. If he means to express that this man possesses qualities whose tendency is pernicious to society, he has touched the principle of humanity. No character is so remote as to be wholly indifferent in this light. What is beneficial to society or to the person must still be preferred, and every quality or action of every human being must be ranked under some class expressive of general censure or applause. From instances of popular tumults, seditions, factions, and panics, we learn the influence of society in exciting emotion. The most ungovernable disorders are raised from the slightest occasions. Moral sentiments are found of such influence in life, though springing from principles that may appear at first sight small and delicate. Yet these principles are social and universal. They form, in a manner, the party of humankind against vice or disorder, its common enemy. Another spring is the love of fame, which rules with uncontrolled authority in generous minds. By our continual pursuit of character and reputation, we bring our deportment frequently in review and consider how it appears in the eyes of those who regard us. This constant habit of surveying ourselves in reflection keeps alive all sentiments of right and wrong and begets, in noble natures, reverence for themselves as well as others, the surest guardian of every virtue. Virtue's recommendation and mitigated assurance. Hume then accommodates the most stubborn objector. Let us allow all reasonings about utility resolved into humanity and sympathy to be false. Let us confess it necessary to find some other explication of applause paid to objects with a tendency to promote welfare, however difficult to conceive that an object is approved on account of its tendency to an end while the end itself is totally indifferent. Even so, the preceding delineation of personal merit must retain its evidence. Every quality useful or agreeable to the person himself or to others communicates pleasure to the spectator, engages esteem, and is admitted under the honorable denomination of virtue or merit. Justice, fidelity, honor, veracity, allegiance, chastity are esteemed on account of tendency to promote the good of society. That tendency is inseparable from humanity, benevolence, lenity, generosity, gratitude, moderation, tenderness, friendship, industry, discretion, frugality, secrecy, order, perseverance, forethought, judgment, Can it be doubted that the tendency of these qualities to promote the interest and happiness of their possessor is the sole foundation of their merit? A mind supporting perpetual serenity and cheerfulness, noble dignity and undaunted spirit, tender affection and goodwill to all around has more enjoyment within itself and is a more animating spectacle than if dejected with melancholy or sunk into abject baseness. Qualities immediately agreeable to others speak sufficiently for themselves. He must be unhappy in temper or situation who has never perceived the charms of facetious wit, flowing affability, delicate modesty, or decent genteelness of address. For my part, I confess that this enumeration puts the matter in so strong a light that I cannot, at present, be more assured of any truth learned from reasoning and argument than that personal merit consists entirely in the usefulness or agreeableness of qualities to the person possessed of them or to others who have intercourse with him. Yet when I reflect that, though the bulk and figure of the earth have been measured, though the motions of tides accounted for, and infinity itself reduced to calculation, men still dispute concerning the foundation of moral duties, I fall back into diffidence and skepticism, and suspect that an hypothesis so obvious, had it been true, would long ere now have been received by unanimous consent. Virtue and self-interest. Having explained moral approbation attending merit, Hume briefly considers our interested obligation, whether every man with regard to his own happiness will not best find his account in the practice of every moral duty. If this can be ascertained from the foregoing theory, we have the satisfaction of advancing principles which may contribute to the amendment of men's lives. Though philosophical truth does not depend on tendency to promote society's interests, a man has but a bad grace who delivers a theory, however true, leading to dangerous practice. What philosophical truths can be more advantageous than those representing virtue in her genuine charms and making us approach her with ease, familiarity, and affection? The dismal dress falls off with which divines and some philosophers have covered her. Nothing appears but gentleness, humanity, beneficence, affability, nay, even at proper intervals, play, frolic, and gaiety. She declares that her sole purpose is to make her votaries cheerful and happy, nor does she willingly part with any pleasure but in hopes of ample compensation. That virtues immediately useful or agreeable to the person possessed of them are desirable in self-interest would be superfluous to prove. Excesses of pleasure are denominated vicious because hurtful, if unlimited use of strong liquors impaired health no more than air or water, it would not be more blamable. Companionable virtues of good manners, wit, decency, and genteelness are equally desirable. Vanity alone is sufficient motive. But why, in the greater confederacy of mankind, should not the case be the same as in particular clubs? Why is it more doubtful that humanity, generosity, and beneficence are desirable with a view to happiness than ingenuity and politeness? Selfish and social sentiments are no more opposite than selfish and ambitious, selfish and revengeful, selfish and vain. There must be an original propensity to be a basis to self-love, none more fit than benevolence. The immediate feeling of benevolence and friendship is sweet, smooth, tender, and agreeable, independent of fortune. These virtues keep us in humor with ourselves, while we retain the agreeable reflection of having done our part towards mankind. Treating vice with greatest candor, there is not the smallest pretext for preferring it above virtue with a view of self-interest, except perhaps justice, where a sensible knave may think an act of iniquity will add to his fortune without considerable breach in social union. Honesty is the best policy, may be a good general rule, but liable to exceptions. He who observes the general rule and takes advantage of all exceptions may seem to conduct himself with most wisdom. If his heart rebel not against such maxims, if he feel no reluctance to villainy, he has lost a considerable motive to virtue. But in all ingenuous natures the antipathy to treachery is too strong to be counterbalanced by profit. Inward peace, consciousness of integrity, satisfactory review of conduct, these are requisite to happiness. Natural pleasures of conversation, society, study, health, and peaceful reflection on one's own conduct are really without price, below all price in attainment, and above it in enjoyment. Quote, "You are very happy that you have given your daughter to Cleanthes. He is a man of honor and humanity. Everyone who has any intercourse with him is sure of fair and kind treatment." Quote, "The image, gentlemen, which you have here delineated of Cleanthes, is that of accomplished merit. Each of you has given a stroke of the pencil to his figure, and you have unawares exceeded all the pictures drawn by Gratian or Castiglione. A philosopher might select this character as a model of perfect virtue." Quote, "I cannot, at present, be more assured of any truth, which I learn from reasoning and argument, than that personal merit consists entirely in the usefulness or agreeableness of qualities to the person himself possessed of them, or to others who have any intercourse with him." Quote, "What other passion is there where we shall find so many advantages united, an agreeable sentiment, a pleasing consciousness, a good reputation? But of these truths we may observe, men are of themselves pretty much convinced, nor are they deficient in their duty to society, because they would not wish to be generous, friendly, and humane, but because they do not feel themselves such." EPM Appendix I. Concerning moral sentiment. If the foregoing hypothesis be received, it will now be easy to determine the question first started concerning the general principles of morals, how far either reason or sentiment enters into all decisions of praise or censure. One principal foundation of moral praise being supposed to lie in usefulness of any quality or action, it is evident that reason must enter for a considerable share in such decisions, since nothing but that faculty can instruct us in the tendency of qualities and actions and point out their beneficial consequences to society and to their possessor. In many cases, this is liable to great controversy. Doubts may arise, opposite interests occur, and preference must be given from very nice views and a small overbalance of utility. This is particularly remarkable in questions with regard to justice, whose utility attends the general rule rather than every single instance. Single acts of justice are often pernicious in first and immediate tendency, while advantage to society results only from observance of the general rule and concurrence of several persons in equitable conduct. But though reason, when fully assisted and improved, be sufficient to instruct us in the pernicious or useful tendency of qualities and actions, it is not alone sufficient to produce any moral blame or approbation. Utility is only a tendency to a certain end, and were the end totally indifferent to us, we should feel the same indifference towards the means. It is requisite a sentiment should display itself in order to give preference to useful above pernicious tendencies. This sentiment can be no other than a feeling for the happiness of mankind and a resentment of their misery, since these are the different ends which virtue and vice have a tendency to promote. Here, therefore, reason instructs us in the several tendencies of actions, and humanity makes a distinction in favor of those which are useful and beneficial. This partition between understanding and sentiment in all moral decisions seems clear from the preceding hypothesis. But Hume will suppose that hypothesis false, look for some other satisfactory theory, and venture to affirm that none such will ever be found so long as we suppose reason to be the sole source of morals. 5 considerations establish this. Reason alone cannot ground morals. First, it is easy for a false hypothesis to maintain appearance of truth while it keeps wholly in generals, uses undefined terms, and employs comparisons instead of instances. The philosophy ascribing all moral distinctions to reason alone cannot, in any particular instance, be rendered intelligible. Examine the crime of ingratitude. Wherever goodwill expressed and known, together with good offices performed on one side, meets return of ill will or indifference with ill offices on the other. Anatomize all circumstances and examine by reason alone in what consists the demerit. You never will come to any issue. Reason judges either a matter of fact or of relations. Inquire where is that matter of fact called crime. Point it out. Determine the time of its existence. It resides in the mind of the ungrateful person, yet nothing is there except passion of ill will or absolute indifference, which are crimes only when directed towards persons who displayed goodwill. Crime of ingratitude is not any particular individual fact, but arises from circumstances exciting the sentiment of blame by the particular structure of the spectator's mind. The objector may say crime consists in moral relations discovered by reason, as geometrical truths. But what relations? Between goodwill and ill will there is contrariety. Yet if another bore ill will and I return indifference or good offices, the same relation obtains while my conduct is laudable. Twist and turn as you will, you can never rest morality on relation, but must have recourse to decisions of sentiment. When affirmed that 2 and 3 equal half of 10, the relation of equality is perfectly understood, but when you draw thence a comparison to moral relations, I am altogether at a loss. A moral action is a complicated object. Morality does not consist in relation of parts to each other in any manner specifiable, nor does it consist in relation of actions to a rule of right determined by reason examining moral relations. That is fine reasoning indeed, where moral relations are determined by comparison to a rule and the rule by moral relations of objects. Moral determination and the offices of taste. Second, when a man deliberates concerning his own conduct, he must consider separate relations with all circumstances to determine superior duty, as to determine proportion of lines in a triangle one examines the figure. But after every circumstance and relation is known, understanding has no further room to operate. The approbation or blame which ensues cannot be the work of judgment, but of the heart. It is not a speculative proposition, but an active feeling or sentiment. In disquisitions of understanding, we infer the new and unknown from known circumstances. In moral decisions, all circumstances must be previously known, and the mind from contemplation of the whole feels some new impression of affection or disgust, esteem or contempt, approbation or blame. Hence the great difference between mistake of fact and mistake of right. Oedipus killed Laius ignorant of the relation. Nero killed Agrippina, with all relations known, while revenge prevailed over duty. We express detestation not because we see relations of which he was ignorant, but because, for rectitude of our disposition, we feel sentiments against which he was hardened. Third, moral beauty bears near resemblance to natural beauty. Natural beauty depends on proportion, relation, and position of parts. Yet it would be absurd to infer that perception of beauty, like truth in geometry, consists wholly in perception of relations performed by understanding. In decisions of taste, all relations are beforehand obvious to the eye. We proceed to feel complacency or disgust. Euclid explained all qualities of the circle, but said nothing of its beauty. Beauty is not a quality of the circle lying in any part of the line. It is only the effect on a mind whose structure renders it susceptible of such sentiments. Palladio and Perrault describe parts of a pillar. Ask the description of its beauty, and they reply beauty results from the whole presented to an intelligent mind. So Cicero, painting crimes of Verres. If you feel no indignation from the complication of circumstances, you would in vain ask in what consists the crime. Immorality is no particular fact or relation which can be object of understanding, but arises entirely from sentiment of disapprobation. Fourth, inanimate objects may bear all the same relations observed in moral agents, yet can never be objects of love or hatred, nor susceptible of merit or iniquity. A young tree destroying its parent stands in the same relations with Nero murdering Agrippina. If morality consisted merely in relations, the tree would be equally criminal. Fifth, ultimate ends of human actions can never be accounted for by reason, but recommend themselves entirely to sentiments and affections. Ask why a man uses exercise to keep health. Why desire health? Sickness is painful. Why hate pain? Impossible to give reason. This is an ultimate end. Virtue is desirable on its own account without fee or reward for immediate satisfaction. There must be some sentiment distinguishing moral good and evil. Thus the distinct boundaries of reason and taste are ascertained. Reason conveys knowledge of truth and falsehood. Taste gives sentiment of beauty and deformity, vice and virtue. Reason is cool and disengaged, no motive to action. Taste gives pleasure or pain, becomes motive, and is the first spring to desire. From known circumstances, reason leads to discovery of the concealed. After all circumstances are laid before us, taste makes us feel from the whole a new sentiment of blame or approbation. Quote, utility is only a tendency to a certain end, and were the end totally indifferent to us, we should feel the same indifference towards the means. It is requisite a sentiment should here display itself, in order to give a preference to the useful above the pernicious tendencies. Quote, the approbation or blame which then ensues cannot be the work of the judgment, but of the heart, and is not a speculative proposition or affirmation, but an active feeling or sentiment. Quote, the standard of the one, being founded on the nature of things, is eternal and inflexible, even by the will of the Supreme Being. The standard of the other, arising from the eternal frame and constitution of animals, is ultimately derived from that supreme will, which bestowed on each being its peculiar nature, and arranged the several classes and orders of existence. EPM Appendix 2 of Self-Love. There is a principle supposed to prevail among many utterly incompatible with all virtue or moral sentiment, and as it can proceed from nothing but the most depraved disposition, so in its turn it tends further to encourage depravity. This principle is that all benevolence is mere hypocrisy, friendship a cheat, public spirit a farce, fidelity a snare to procure trust, and that while all of us at bottom pursue only private interest, we wear fair disguises to put others off their guard. What heart one must possess who feels no internal sentiment belies so pernicious a theory is easy to imagine. Or if we ascribe these principles not wholly to corrupted heart, we must account for them from the most careless and precipitate examination. Superficial reasoners, observing many false pretenses and feeling perhaps no very strong restraint in their own disposition, draw a hasty conclusion that all is equally corrupted. There is another principle somewhat resembling the former, much insisted on by philosophers, that whatever affection one may feel for others, no passion is or can be disinterested. The most generous friendship is a modification of self-love, and even unknown to ourselves, we seek only our own gratification while appearing engaged in schemes for liberty and happiness of mankind. By turn of imagination, refinement of reflection, enthusiasm of passion, we seem to take part in others' interests, but at bottom the most generous patriot and most niggardly miser, the bravest hero and most abject coward, have in every action equal regard to their own happiness. Whoever concludes from this opinion that those professing it cannot feel true sentiments of benevolence will often find himself mistaken. Probity and honor were no strangers to Epicurus and his sect. Atticus and Horace enjoyed generous dispositions. Hobbes and Locke, who maintained the selfish system, lived irreproachable lives. An Epicurean or Hobbist readily allows friendship without hypocrisy, though he may resolve its elements in a self-love twisted by imagination. But as the same turn prevails not in every man, this is sufficient even on the selfish system to make the widest difference in characters and denominate one virtuous and humane, another vicious and meanly interested. I esteem the man whose self-love is directed to give concern for others. I hate him who has regard to nothing beyond his own gratifications. In vain suggest these characters are at bottom the same. A very inconsiderable turn of thought forms the whole difference. Yet in practice these differences appear durable. Does not lively color of a countenance inspire complacency, even though philosophy teaches all complexion arises from minute differences of skin? Against the selfish hypothesis, the question concerning universal or partial selfishness is not so material to morality and practice as usually imagined, yet is of consequence in speculative science of human nature. The most obvious objection is that the hypothesis is contrary to common feeling and requires the highest stretch of philosophy to establish so extraordinary a paradox. To the most careless observer there appear dispositions as benevolence and generosity, affections as love, friendship, compassion, gratitude, with causes, effects, objects, and operations marked by common language, plainly distinguished from selfish passions. All attempts to prove these mere modifications of self-love have hitherto proved fruitless and seem to proceed from love of simplicity, source of much false reasoning. I shall take for granted what the smallest reflection makes evident to every impartial inquirer. But the nature of the subject furnishes strongest presumption that no better system will ever be invented to account for origin of benevolent from selfish affections. The case is not the same as in physics, where hypotheses contrary to first appearances are often found solid on scrutiny. In inquiries concerning origin of passions, the presumption lies on the other side. The simplest and most obvious cause is probably the true one. When a philosopher must have recourse to intricate reflections essential to production of any passion, we have reason to be on guard. Affections are not susceptible of impression from refinements of reason. Vigorous exertion of latter faculties destroys activity in the former. Concealment of motive from vanity is familiar. No instance arises from abstruseness of motive. We may as well imagine minute wheels of a watch give motion to a loaded wagon as account for passion from abstruse reflections on self-interest. Animals are susceptible of kindness to their own species and to ours, without suspicion of disguise. Shall we account for all their sentiments from refined deductions of self-love? Or if we admit disinterested benevolence in inferior species, by what rule of analogy refuse it in the superior? Love between the sexes begets complacency distinct from gratification of appetite. Tenderness to offspring in all sensible beings counterbalances strongest motives of self-love without dependence on that affection. What interest has a fond mother who loses health attending her sick child, and afterwards languishes of grief when freed by its death? Is gratitude no affection, or a word without meaning? Have we no satisfaction in one man's company above another's? No desire of friends' welfare, though absence prevent participation? These and 1,000 instances are marks of general benevolence where no real interest binds us. How an imaginary interest known and avowed for such could be origin of passion seems difficult to explain. Farther, the hypothesis allowing disinterested benevolence distinct from self-love has really more simplicity and is more conformable to analogy of nature than that resolving friendship into the latter. Bodily wants precede sensual enjoyment. Hunger and thirst have eating and drinking for end. From gratification arises pleasure becoming object of secondary desire. Mental passions impel us immediately to seek fame, power, or vengeance without regard to interest. When attained, pleasing enjoyment ensues. Nature must give original propensity to fame ere we reap pleasure from acquisition. If I have no vanity, I take no delight in praise. If void of ambition, power gives no enjoyment. In all cases, a passion points immediately to the object and constitutes our good. Secondary passions pursue it as part of happiness once constituted by original affections. Were no appetite antecedent to self-love, that propensity could scarcely exert itself. Where is the difficulty in conceiving that benevolence and friendship may likewise arise from original frame of temper? That we feel desire of another's good, which, by means of that affection, becomes our own good, and is afterwards pursued from combined motives of benevolence and self-enjoyment. Vengeance from force of passion may be so eagerly pursued as to make us knowingly neglect ease, interest, or safety. What malignant philosophy will not allow humanity and friendship the same privileges granted to darker passions of enmity and resentment? General benevolence divides into general sympathy with any person and particular benevolence founded on virtue, services, or connections, both real in human nature. Whether they resolve in a self-love is curious rather than important. Quote, "There is a principle," supposed to prevail among many, which is utterly incompatible with all virtue or moral sentiment, and as it can proceed from nothing but the most depraved disposition, so in its turn it tends still further to encourage that depravity. Quote, "We may as well imagine that minute wheels and springs, like those of a watch, give motion to a loaded wagon, as account for the origin of passion from such abstruse reflections." Quote, "What interest can a fond mother have in view, who loses her health by assiduous attendance on her sick child, and afterwards languishes and dies of grief, when freed, by its death, from the slavery of that attendance?" EPM Appendix 3. Farther considerations on justice. The intention of this appendix is to give more particular explication of the origin and nature of justice, and to mark some differences between it and the other virtues. The social virtues of humanity and benevolence exert their influence immediately by direct tendency or instinct, chiefly keeping in view the simple object moving the affections, comprehending not any scheme or system nor consequences from concurrence, imitation, or example of others. A parent flies to relief of his child, transported by natural sympathy, affording no leisure to reflect on sentiments of the rest of mankind. A generous man cheerfully embraces opportunity of serving his friend under dominion of beneficent affections, not concerned whether any other person were ever actuated by such motives. In all these cases, social passions have in view a single individual object and pursue safety or happiness alone of the person loved. The good resulting from their benign influence is complete and excites moral approbation without reflection on farther consequences. Were the generous friend or disinterested patriot to stand alone in practice of beneficence, this would rather enhance his value and join praise of rarity to his exalted merits. Justice as artificial virtue. The case is not the same with justice and fidelity. They are highly useful or absolutely necessary to well-being of mankind, but benefit resulting from them is not consequence of every individual single act. It arises from the whole scheme concurred in by the whole or greater part of society. General peace and order are attendants of justice or general abstinence from possessions of others, but particular regard to particular right of one citizen may frequently, considered in itself, be productive of pernicious consequences. Result of individual acts is here directly opposite to that of the whole system. The former may be extremely hurtful, while the latter is to the highest degree advantageous. Riches inherited from a parent are in a bad man's hand instrument of mischief. Right of succession may in one instance be hurtful. Its benefit arises only from observance of the general rule, and compensation is made for all ills flowing from particular characters and situations. Cyrus, young and inexperienced, considered only the individual case when he assigned the long coat to the tall boy and short coat to the smaller, reflecting on limited fitness and convenience. His governor instructed him better, pointing out enlarged views and consequences and informing his pupil of general, inflexible rules necessary to support peace and order. Happiness arising from benevolence may be compared to a wall built by many hands, still rising by each stone and receiving increase proportional to diligence of each workman. Happiness raised by justice may be compared to building of a vault, where each stone would of itself fall to ground, and the whole fabric is supported only by mutual assistance and combination of corresponding parts. All laws of nature regulating property, as well as civil laws, are general and regard alone essential circumstances without taking into consideration characters, situations, and connections of the person concerned or particular consequences in any case offered. They deprive without scruple a beneficent man of possessions acquired by mistake without good title to bestow them on a selfish miser. Public utility requires property regulated by general and flexible rules. Though such rules are adopted as best serve public utility, it is impossible for them to prevent all particular hardships. It is sufficient if the whole plan be necessary to support civil society and balance of good in the main preponderates above evil. Even general laws of the universe, though planned by infinite wisdom, cannot exclude all evil in every particular operation. Convention, property, and jurisprudence. It has been asserted that justice arises from human conventions and proceeds from voluntary choice or combination. If by convention be meant a promise, nothing can be more absurd. Observance of promises is itself considerable part of justice, and we are not bound to keep word because we gave word to keep it. But if convention means sense of common interest which each man feels in his breast, remarks and fellows, and which carries him into general plan of actions tending to public utility, in this sense justice arises from human conventions. If particular consequences of an act of justice may be hurtful, every man embracing that virtue must have eye to whole plan and expect concurrence of fellows. Did all views terminate in consequences of each act, benevolence and humanity, as well as self-love, might prescribe conduct different from strict rules of right. Thus two men pull oars of a boat by common convention for common interest without promise. Gold and silver are measures of exchange. Speech and language are fixed by human agreement. Whatever is advantageous to two or more persons, if all perform their part, but loses all advantage if only one performs, can arise from no other principle. There would otherwise be no motive to enter the scheme. The word natural is of loose signification. If self-love, benevolence, reason, and forethought be natural, the same epithet may apply to justice, order, fidelity, property, society. Men's inclinations and necessities lead them to combine. Understanding tells them combination is impossible where each governs himself by no rule and pays no regard to others' possessions. From these passions and reflections conjoined, as soon as we observe like passions in others, sentiment of justice throughout all ages has had place in every individual of the species. Among civilized nations, constant endeavor removes everything arbitrary from decision of property and fixes sentence of judges by general views equal to every member. Where natural reason points out no fixed view of public utility, positive laws supply its place. Where these fail, precedents are called for. Where direct laws and precedents are wanting, imperfect and indirect ones are brought in aid by analogical reasonings, comparisons, and correspondences often more fanciful than real. Jurisprudence differs from all sciences. In many nicer questions there cannot properly be said to be truth or falsehood on either side. Public utility is general object of all courts. This utility requires stable rule. Yet where several rules nearly equal present themselves, a slight turn of thought fixes decision. After laws of justice are fixed by views of general utility, injury and hardship resulting to any individual for violation enter much into consideration and are great source of universal blame attending wrong. By laws of society this coat is mine and ought to remain in possession. By depriving me, you disappoint expectations, and doubly displease me and offend every bystander. It is public wrong so far as rules of equity are violated, private harm so far as individual is injured. Though second consideration could have no place where not former previously established, regard to general good is much enforced by respect to particular. Separation and constancy. The necessity of steady possession in men's hands is obvious, strong, invincible. Rules assigning particular objects to particular persons may depend on lighter considerations. Positive laws, precedents, analogies, fine connections of imagination. Quote, the happiness and prosperity of mankind, arising from the social virtue of benevolence and its subdivisions, may be compared to a wall, built by many hands, which still rises by each stone that is heaped upon it. The same happiness, raised by the social virtue of justice and its subdivisions, may be compared to the building of a vault, where each individual stone would, of itself, fall to the ground. Quote, public utility requires that property should be regulated by general and flexible rules, and though such rules are adopted as best serve the same end of public utility, it is impossible for them to prevent all particular hardships or make beneficial consequences result from every individual case. Quote, thus, two men pull the oars of a boat by common convention for common interest, without any promise or contract. Thus gold and silver are made the measures of exchange. Thus speech and words and language are fixed by human convention and agreement. EPM Appendix 4 of some verbal disputes. Nothing is more usual than for philosophers to encroach upon the province of grammarians and engage in disputes of words while imagining they handle controversies of deepest importance. It was to avoid such frivolous altercations that Hume endeavored to state with utmost caution the object of his inquiry, collecting qualities object of love or esteem forming part of personal merit, and qualities object of censure detracting from character, with reflections on origin of these sentiments. On all occasions of hesitation, he avoided terms virtue and vice, because some praise qualities receive in English the appellation of talents rather than virtues, and some blamable qualities are called defects rather than vices. For reflections, excuse exact separation of virtues from talents and vices from defects. Ability, virtue, and the ancients. First, boundaries are not exactly fixed in English or any modern tongue between virtues and talents, vices and defects. No precise definition can be given of one as contradistinguished from the other. If we say only voluntary qualities are virtues, we must recollect courage, equanimity, patience, self-command, classified as virtues though depending little on choice. If only qualities prompting us to act our part in society, these are social virtues, yet the epithet supposes other species. If only moral as opposed to intellectual endowments are genuine virtues, because alone leading to action, prudence, penetration, and discernment considerably influence conduct. Distinction of heart and head fails likewise. Industry, frugality, temperance, secrecy, perseverance are exerted without immediate sentiment and known only by effects. Fortunately, the question being merely verbal cannot be of importance. A moral philosophical discourse need not enter caprices of language variable in dialects and ages. Yet when a man is called virtuous or a man of virtue, we chiefly regard social qualities, most valuable. It is remarkable that one of courage, temperance, economy, industry, understanding, dignity of mind would bereave even a very good-natured, honest man of honorable appellation. Whoever said, except ironically, that such a one was a man of great virtue, but an egregious blockhead? Second, languages are not precise because little distinction is made in internal estimation. Sentiment of conscious worth, self-satisfaction from review of conduct, arises from endowments of courage and capacity, industry and ingenuity, as well as from other mental excellencies. Who is not mortified reflecting on folly and dissoluteness, feeling secret sting when memory presents past stupidity or ill manners? Cruel ideas of foolish conduct or affronts from cowardice haunts solitary hours. Chief object of vanity is bravery, learning, wit, breeding, eloquence, taste, abilities, displayed with care and commonly showing more ambition of excelling in them than in social virtues themselves. Good nature and honesty are so indispensably required that greatest censure attends violation, yet no eminent praise follows common instances essential to support a society. Men extol qualities of heart, yet are shy commending endowments of head, because latter are rarer and boasted of beget suspicion of pride. Is it harder to hurt character by calling knave or coward? Is glutton or drunkard less odious than selfish miser? For own happiness, I would rather have friendly humane heart than all virtues of Demosthenes and Philip united. Yet I would rather pass for one endowed with extensive genius and intrepid courage and expect stronger applause. Figure in life, reception in company, esteem of acquaintance depend as much on good sense as on moral part. If sense, courage, temperance, industry, wisdom, and knowledge form considerable part of personal merit, if man possessed of these is better satisfied and better entitled to good will than one destitute, if sentiments are similar arising from these endowments and from social virtues, why be scrupulous about a word? Approbation of accomplishments may be inferior and somewhat different from that attending justice and humanity, yet insufficient reason for ranking them under entirely different classes. Caesar and Cato are both virtuous in strictest sense, yet differently. One amiable, one awful. We wish friend like the one, esteem the other. Third, ancient moralists made no material distinction among species of mental endowments and defects, but treated all under appellation of virtues and vices. Prudence in Cicero's offices is sagacity leading to truth. Magnanimity, temperance, decency are discoursed of. Social duties form but one head in distribution of four cardinal virtues. Aristotle ranks courage, temperance, magnificence, magnanimity, modesty, prudence among virtues as well as justice and friendship. Epictetus scarcely mentions humanity except to guard against it. Stoic virtue consists chiefly in firm temper and sound understanding. Plutarch sets in opposition all blemishes and accomplishments. Livy draws Hannibal with great virtues balanced by great vices. Gitche Ardent describes Alexander VI with talents infinitely overbalanced by vices. Polybius, reprehending partiality, notes that if Agathocles rose from potter to master of Sicily, historian ought to relate what redounds to praise as well as reproach. In general, ancients treated question whether virtue could be taught as doubtful whether cowardice, meanness, folly could appear ridiculous and odious though independent of will. Voluntary action and modern moral philosophy. Fourth, voluntary or involuntary was little regarded by ancients. Modern philosophers have followed course different because philosophy, especially ethics, has been more closely united with theology. As latter admits no terms of composition, but bends every branch of knowledge to its purpose without regard to phenomena of nature or unbiased sentiments. Reasoning and language have been warped and distinctions endeavored where difference of objects was imperceptible. Philosophers or divines, under disguise, treating morals like civil laws guarded by sanctions of reward and punishment, were led to render voluntary or involuntary the foundation of whole theory. Everyone may employ terms as he pleases, yet it must be allowed sentiments of blame and praise are daily experienced having objects beyond dominion of will. It behoves us as speculative philosophers to give satisfactory theory. Blemish, fault, vice, crime denote different degrees of censure pretty nearly the same kind. Explication of one leads to just conception of others, and it is of greater consequence to attend to things than verbal appellations. Duty to ourselves is confessed in vulgar systems. Approbation attending observance of both is probable of similar nature arising from similar principles whatever appellation we give. Quote, nothing is more usual than for philosophers to encroach upon the province of grammarians, and to engage in disputes of words, while they imagine that they are handling controversies of the deepest importance and concern. Quote, give me my choice, and I would rather, for my own happiness and self-enjoyment, have a friendly, humane heart than possess all the other virtues of Demosthenes and Philip united, but I would rather pass with the world for one endowed with extensive genius and intrepid courage, and should thence expect stronger instances of general applause and admiration. Quote, sentiments are every day experienced of blame and praise, which of objects beyond the dominion of the will or choice, and of which it behoves us, if not as moralists, as speculative philosophers at least, to give some satisfactory theory and explication. Conclusion. The two inquiries argue that the science of man, stated for a public audience, still rests on experience alone. Hume shows that matters of fact depend on cause and effect, that causal inference is custom rather than demonstration, that necessary connection is an internal impression of determination, and that liberty and necessity, animal reason, miracles, and providence all fall under the same experimental rules, culminating in mitigated academical skepticism and the fork that consigns dogmatic metaphysics to the flames. EPM shows that moral distinctions are felt, that personal merit is what is useful or agreeable to ourselves or others, that justice is an artificial virtue secured by public utility, and that sympathy and humanity, not narrow self-love, explain why utility pleases. The appendices settle the rivalry of reason and sentiment, refuse the reduction of benevolence to egoism, refined justice, and clear verbal disputes about ability and the voluntary. The stakes are both critical and civil. Without custom and belief, we invent powers and miracles experience cannot warrant. Without sentiment and utility, we either deduce morals from reason alone or collapse them into private interest. Hume's limits are those of the experimental method itself. Ultimate springs stop at experience. Pyrrhonian doubt cannot be refuted by argument, yet is cured by nature. Moral theory explains approbation without replacing legislation. Readers seeking a system sealed against doubt will be frustrated. Readers willing to follow the inquirer's numbered path from impressions to the fork and from sentiment to justice will find modern empiricism in its most finished public form. Key persons discussed: David Hume, author of both Enquiries, experimental philosopher of understanding and morals. Epicurus, interlocutor in EHU 11 voice for limiting design arguments to present phenomena. Locke/Berkeley, background for ideas in abstract terms, less explicit than in the treatise. Ancient moralists, cited in EPM and Appendix 4 on voluntary/involuntary virtue, and whether virtue can be taught. Key works discussed: An Enquiry Concerning Human Understanding, 12 sections, Species of Philosophy through Academical Skepticism. An Enquiry Concerning the Principles of Morals, 9 sections plus 4 appendices, Sentiment, Utility, Justice, Personal Merit. A Treatise of Human Nature, Fuller Anatomy. The Enquiries recast without abandoning the experimental core. Index of Core Concepts. Relations of Ideas/Matters of Fact, The Enquirer's Fork. Relations of ideas, geometry, algebra, are demonstrable and discoverable by thought alone. Matters of fact are never demonstrated a priori and depend on cause and effect known only by experience. Whatever is neither is to be committed to the flames as sophistry and illusion. Section 12. Custom, habit, the principle by which, after constant conjunction, the mind passes from an impression to the lively idea of its usual attendant. Custom, not insight into powers, is the great guide of life and the skeptical solution to the doubts of Section 4. Animal learning by custom is the theory's touchstone. Section 9. Belief, a more vivid, lively, and forcible conception of an object than what the fancy alone can attain, not a new idea added to conception. Belief explains why causal inference moves us and why fiction differs from history. It is produced by custom relating an idea to a present impression. Necessary connection, the idea traditionally taken to define cause. No impression of power is found in bodies or in the will's command over body and mind. The impression is an internal determination after custom. Cause is defined both by constant conjunction and by this determination of the mind. Section 7. Liberty and necessity. Necessity in human actions is constant conjunction and the inference of the understanding, the same as in nature. Liberty is a power of acting or not acting according to the determinations of the will. Chance is rejected. Moral evidence mirrors natural evidence. Section 8. Miracles, a transgression of a law of nature by particular volition of the deity or by invisible agents. Testimony for a miracle must outweigh the uniform experience that constitutes the law. In practice, it never does. Contrary miracles destroy each other's credit. Section X. Mitigated academical skepticism. Consequent skepticism limited by nature and common life. Caution, modesty, and restriction of inquirer to subjects adapted to human capacities. Distinct from antecedent Pyrrhonism, which argument cannot cure and which vanishes in practice. Moral sentiment, the foundation of morals in feeling and finer internal sense, rather than in a chain of argument alone. Reason informs us of useful tendencies. Sentiment makes us prefer them. Appendix I settles that the final spring of approbation is sentiment. Utility and justice. Public utility is the sole origin of justice as an artificial virtue under scarcity and limited generosity. Property rules and promises serve that interest. Why utility pleases is explained by sympathy and humanity, not by reducing all motives to self-love, sections 3v, appendices 2 to 3. Personal merit, the catalog of what is useful or immediately agreeable to ourselves or to others, discretion, industry, benevolence, cheerfulness, wit, decency, and the rest. Section 9 concludes that this division exhausts the ingredients of personal merit as common language and common sentiment recognize them. Reading comprehension questions. Why does Hume defend abstruse philosophy against the easy and obvious kind? And what is mental geography? Distinguish relations of ideas and matters of fact. Why can causal claims never be demonstrated a priori? How does custom solve the skeptical doubts of Section 4? And what is belief? Reconstruct the argument that we have no idea of necessary connection from the objects, and state Hume's two definitions of cause. How does Hume reconcile liberty with necessity? And why does moral evidence matter? Why can testimony never establish a miracle sufficient for religion on Hume's rules? What is mitigated skepticism? And what is the fork consigned to the flames? Why are morals founded in sentiment rather than reason alone? And how does utility enter justice? How does sympathy explain why utility pleases without collapsing benevolence into self-love? Critical probe. Hume claims custom is a sufficient guide where reason fails. What assumption about sufficient for life is he making, and what rival epistemology might reject it? Critical probe. Where might public utility as the sole origin of justice seem to underwrite whatever conventions happen to serve power? And how does Hume's appeal to common sentiment answer or fail to answer that charge?